The black-haired young man was in the laboratory. Concerned by conducting experiments, it adhered to a clear algorithm of actions, because any experiment requires a certain order. If you force the water molecules to fluctuate madly, heat begins to release, and the temperature of the liquid gradually increases. In the end, the water boils. The man watched the whole process of cooking. It was his own magic of mind. Soon the liquid in the flasks boiled. What the guy was cooking turned out to be black coffee. A black-haired young man called someone loudly. 3 girls immediately ran to him. Each of them was beautiful, but each in a special way. The girls gladly huddled at the boy, looking at him with delight. He was called the Show. The guy was in another world. It is here that its existence was filled with innumerable adventures and surprises. The Show was immersed in the world networks in search of knowledge of ancient reality, and studied the magic of the mind. Once after a while, he invented new intricate tricks. Such a life was inherited from a capricious destiny. It all started 2 years ago. He was a well-known video blogger inventor who demonstrated fascinating ideas made from the usual materials and tools, revealing all the intricacies of the production process. In honor of its 20 years, the show launched its own channel, and within 3 months from the beginning of work, the number of subscribers reached just 5 people, and it upset the guy a little. However, the show did not leave hope for the bright future of his channel. He was convinced that if new videos are persistently added, sooner or later his work would be noticed, and the number of viewers would grow rapidly. The small number of subscribers on the channel was puzzled. The guy took the camera that day and went to shoot a new video, hoping to change the situation. However, in a moment the guy was in the woods, and the backpack lay with him. Waking up in an unfamiliar place, he immediately got everything inside the backpack. In his backyard there were a towel, lighter, plate, chocolate container, and multifunctional tool. The guy was genuinely glad to these things, somehow miraculously found themselves with him at that moment. The show looked at his phone. There was no signal, and the charge stayed for minutes. He completely forgot to connect the smartphone to charging. However, suddenly the show seemed to be awake. Surprised and stunned, he did not recognize the surrounding place. The guy did not have any idea where he was. Recovering, the show moved on, looking for a way out of the forest. The guy from childhood was fond of hikes and knew a lot about nature, and this time the plants that happened to him were completely unfamiliar. He has never come across something like that. In his head, spooky thoughts were overwhelmed. The guy began to worry that he may have accidentally burst into some wild forest, which was growing by himself, far from civilization. The show even inadvertently imagined that he was either in that world or in a different reality. Suddenly the rain shed over the forest. The guy immediately realized that shelter should be found immediately. It was at this moment that the thought was for the first time that he may find himself in another world. Shah, hiding from the rain in the hollow of the old tree, plunged into reflections on the other world. No sign of magic or fairy tale came to his eyes. The guy has not appeared in this forest for a long time. In the evening, sitting at the fire, he was engulfed in sadness. He regretted that he never met the girls. He did not like this way of life. The next day the guy wandered the forest for a long time, looking for someone. He walked forward, clumsily leaning on a wooden stick. Suddenly the show stopped. In front of him is a small field covered with white flowers. The young man paid attention to the huge size of the flower. She resembled Bananases, but only 3 petals, so it is inferior to such splendor. The same flowers were impressed with their scale. The show pointed out that the tips of the petals seemed barely transparent, and it reminded him of the sunflower. Suddenly, the flowers began to shake uncertainly and slowly fade. At this point, shiny black beads emerged from the depth of buds. Such a spectacle caused a real wonder in the show. He pulled his phone out of his pocket to fix it on the camera as a fascinating sight of mysterious colors. However, the phone brought him up. The battery discharged at the most outstanding moment, so the guy was forced to hide him away. Then the show came to the flowers and took out a bead from them. Interesting. The guy looked at the unusual find carefully and wondered, "Can't eat them?" The young man did not waste time, but went on and soon found himself near the waterfall. Show, exhausted, sank on a stone, wrapped his breath. In his thoughts, he dreamed that there may be some of the people somewhere nearby. But suddenly the unexpected acute pain pierced him. It was found out that it was bitten by a large insect, similar to a tick or spider. Stunned, the show rushed to pull it out of hand, but the creature clung to it. Soon the guy fainted. It has passed some time. A young man, who has not yet come to his senses, had already thought that he had come to an end. Before his eyes, he appeared the fuzzy figure of an angel, a striking, beautiful girl. But the guy opened his eyes, and the girl immediately noticed that he woke up. The show was amazed at her incredible beauty. It seemed as if he had fallen into paradise. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. The girl squeezed a magical rod in her hand. Her curiosity was ignited. Is this guy sent to her by Camilo? Shaw did not even hear about such a person, which he frankly stated. He was surprised by the suspicion of the girl, because he believed that he did not resemble the criminal. So, wanting to dispel the suspicions, he decided to call the girl. It was the first time when his interlocutor heard such an unusual name. After that, Shaw sincerely thanked his rescue for help. The girl introduced herself to the boy. Her name is Rubia. As it turned out, he fainted because the paralyzing spider poison stopped his performance. Rubia, with witchcraft, cleared his body, and in addition suggested staying at her at home until he was better. The show realized that the girl was spelling. So, he really came to another world. Meanwhile, she no longer paid attention to him. She was interested in something else, and she returned to the other direction. Rubia was especially interested in the amazing things of the boy. She was overwhelmed by her curiosity. She sought to find out what it was. Noticing the girl's hand some container, the guy explained that he found this find in the forest. The man cautiously opened the container. He said that on the road he came across beautiful white flowers. As they faded and fell, bright red berries grew in their place. Rubia looked at the contents with delight. These were the small berries of mirch. He did not know what these berries are called and what they had value. Then he calmly realized this new information for himself. Unexpectedly for the girl, the guy suggested to give her berries, because it was Rubia who saved his life. Such a proposal caused a girl to panic. These berries were too precious to just accept them as a gift. The young man did not cover the causes of her anxiety. He did not think that these flowers could be valuable or rare, because they are full here. They grew up near the place where he fainted. The show suggested going to look at them together. The girl, in a blush, looked at the interlocutor in confusion, as if she could not believe her ears. Rubius timidly, slightly discontinuing, stuck to the guy's offer. The show could not understand such amazing behavior. He only watched a confused girl with a genuine surprise. Since then, he settled with Ruby in her small house. The guy quickly realized that he was in another world. This world was almost indistinguishable from the Middle Ages of his native land. There were neither gas nor water supply, nor electricity, or any other habitual amenities. There was a low level of technology. The guy barely got out of the old well. No status screens have appeared before his eyes. He also had to face a spider attack. That in itself an exceptional event, because the monsters almost never showed aggression to him. Everything that happens is radically different from any reincarnation stories. While the guy was thinking about reincarnation, a girl came to him and with the help of magic a fireplace. Rubia invited him to the table to start a meal. The young man with a thoughtful face watched what was happening. The show was delighted with amazing magic. Therefore, he spoke timidly and embarrassed, barely picking words. The black-haired guy was well aware that after the help received from Rubia was not quite appropriate. But despite this, he asked her to teach him magic. Having said these words, the show worshipped the girl. It has passed some time. The girl explained that she would not be able to open his mysteries of magic until he became her student. Only after that, becoming a mentor truly, will she have the right to pass on his knowledge. A true master is a specialist like a scientist or engineer. Rubia had a document confirming its title of True Master. He resembled a suspension on the chain. There are many weirdos among magicians who master the witchcraft on their own. For Rubia, a true scientist is one who wants to grasp the essence of phenomena and constantly seeks truth. For her, magic has become the embodiment of such knowledge. And if you neglect this approach, everything turns upside down, as if to harness a cart ahead. The show made perfectly the essence of the girl's words. For him, magic looked extremely comfortable and practical. Coughing up to attract attention, the young man was about to speak. He seemed wrong to depend on the girl all his life. That is why he sought to find at least some work. Ruby advised the show to become a real scientist or choose another serious business. However, the guy did not come to her words. The show dropped his knees in front of the girl and sincerely asked Rubius, begging him to take him from his students. The girl felt awkward about it. Not everyone can become a real master. First of all, make sure that the guy has the necessary abilities. The show was ready for everything, only to master magic. Then the girl wondered at the boy if he had faith in God. He looked at her with surprise, but still answered. The show firmly stated that he did not believe in God. He never saw God in his own eyes, so he learned to trust only because he could see himself. Even when a prominent person tells something, it remains only half a truth for him, until he will be convinced. The girl wondered about God's miracles, but the show has never witnessed any miracle of God. If they happen, they certainly have a cause and a mechanism. The man proclaimed all this with adamant confidence. If a person comprehends the essence of things and seeks the truth, he is able to control even God's wonders in his own way. Ruby stared at the guy, struck by his answer. In the end, such words really look like who dreams of becoming a real scientist. The girl was interested in who the boy really was. She noted that it was only an oral check. A real test was waiting ahead. However, in a while the guy and the girl went outside. Ruby instructed the business with the stove of her subordinates and suggested that the guy light her. The show was surprised by such an unexpected offer, but if he understands the principles, magic should support it and help it. The girl froze in silence after heard words. She was already aware that it would be extremely difficult for the boy. The show plunged into reflections, focusing on the nature of magic. In order to burn something, heat is certainly needed. The guy began to look at the memory of a variety of ways that allow you to create fire. During the compression of the air, a considerable amount of heat is released. This principle is based on the operation of car engines. The show suddenly shone. Once compression is accompanied by heat, so this effect can be used. As soon as the young man imagined it, a flame bullet instantly flashed in his palms. Rubia was stunning with this miracle, because he created something so incredible in just a moment. The show gently lifted his palm, directing a ball of heat directly to the fireplace where the firewood was waiting. A few moments did not happen, but suddenly the fireball flashed with new force and lit a log in the fireplace. Everything went perfectly. The show managed to glory. But something went wrong. The strength of the fireball was excessive. The fireplace immediately broke out and exploded with a roar. Ruby from surprise fell on the floor. Her clothes and face were covered with ashes and soot from the explosion. The witch, holding back emotions, wanted to ask the young man what was the reason for using magic. Smiling, the show confessed that he needed a source of heat to ignite the fireplace. Thinking a little, he suggested the original idea, to try to light a fire by squeezing air. The girl was impressed with his words. After all, there was an ordinary man who was not even able to study with a real master. She could not understand where he had such abilities. Rubia supported the boy's offer. Theoretically, his idea looked right. However, in this situation, this approach was erroneous. He needed to imagine the reason for the flames, the guy thought. It turns out that this time the flames broke out due to the combination of carbon in wood with oxygen from the air. So the mysterious element of Garangi was born. The show plunged into reflections. He did not try to perceive everything because of the lens of inflammatory imagination. But Rubia reassured him. This is not necessary. It was enough to imagine the phenomenon of Garendi. At the same moment, only the thoughts of carbon and oxygen compounds twisted in the boy's head. Magic energy immediately began to concentrate in its palm, and a flame broke out in a second in the logs. Suddenly the flames broke out with new force. A powerful stream of fire broke out of the chimney, and unlike last time, there was no explosion. It seems that the fire will stand this time, so the show was quite satisfied with the fire. He watched the flames in the fireplace. Rubia, however, fully captivated the power and gift of the boy. Who would have thought? There was enough of a small clue so that he would realize the whole essence of magic. The happy show once again reminded her that she agreed to become his mentor, while the girl herself was still stunned by the recent. This is how the show became a student of Ruby. A real master. The guy could not understand how at all he could create magic, based only on knowledge of physical phenomena, and believed that it was under the power of anyone. But the inhabitants of this world did not have even the simplest scientific ideas. The young man overwhelmed with delight when he realized that magic was too elementary for him. This opened a wonderful topic for the next video capable of drawing the attention of tens of millions of viewers. Now the cherished goal. to obtain more than 10 million subscribers has become quite achievable, not a simple dream. Since then, the show has become a student of Rubia. His life has become a bright colors. In addition to daily affairs, cleaning the home, firewood and water search, now it helps to collect the mentor to collect plants and insects that become the objects of their joint research. They walked slowly. Meanwhile, Rubia with delight watched a bright butterfly that fluttered nearby. The show, using short pauses between affairs and dates, practiced in magic. It was a lot of fascinating him. Suddenly the girl turned to the show and wondered that he knew about the principles of compression of the air. The guy remembered. When the air expands rather than shrinking, it cools. If you vigorously oscillate the particles of the substance, atoms, they are heated, as if they were incited by these pulses. And stop these vibrations, and the temperature decreases, the space around becomes cooler. The show wanted to add a lot, but stopped in half a word. The girl was amazed. Does this guy really know all this? Rubia also noted that he behaved surprisingly politely. The combination of sharp mind and perfect upbringing occurs in a person extremely rare. The girl wondered where the guy learned it. The show, a little sly, replied that he was only an ordinary student from his country. Rubia has decided that the level of education in his country is extremely high. But in fact, he left his studies at home. Therefore, the words of the girl embarrassed him. However, he was genuinely admired by the Japanese education system. It was truly impressive. Soon they reached the river. The girl noted that if he understands logic well, she will have to teach him for a very long time. Then he quickly captures other magical skills. Meanwhile, the show started something in the water. The guy lifted a small pebble and hit him on the river dance. In a moment, the fish appeared on the surface. They lay indefinitely, as if they were fossilized. When the guy hit the stone underwater, the explosive shock wave immediately slammed the fish. They fainted, so he avoided the extra trouble with catching prey. Then the young man carefully cleaned and divided the fish, and put everything left after processing. Then the show used the magic of drying to process pieces of fish. In a short time, the fillet turned into a dried fish. There was a normal process of splitting proteins into amino acids. However, the man did not stop and called for the help of fermentation. A moment, and the fish is completely dry. The young man gladly noted how useful magic is. He planted dried fish on a stick and hung it. The time has passed. The guy mastered various types of magic. In his daily life, the show used a spell to ignite fire, heating objects, and even to cool. In addition, in everyday life, he skillfully used the magic of fermentation and vegetation, making crops growing rapidly. The magical forces helped him in the weight loss. Now lifting heavy things has become a little thing for him. Magic concerning physical phenomena was simple to perform and did not need spells, so it was called initial magic. It seemed elementary, but in everyday life she was of considerable benefit. Magic was used here only in small cases. For example, he could light a fire under the boiler, but not turn the surrounding area into a real fiery ocean. He could heat the water in the cauldron, but was unable to heat the whole pond. Skillful use of abilities allowed to even use magic to attack. That's how one man was thinking about magic, preparing some dish. For example, the magic of heating works on a similar principle as a microwave. It is worth considering. It can also be directed to the human body. All the water in the body will instantly boil, and then the creature will die in a moment. The guy stirred the cold of fear. Such death seemed like a true horror. The food was quickly ready. Rubia with enthusiasm watched the appetizing dishes, from which an incredible aroma spilled in the air. Everything tasted great. The girl noticed the honey what the bread was greased, and she was curious if the boy was bitten. However, this did not happen, because he put the magic on the hive before collecting honey. If the show took only a little honey, the bee family would later recover. Now with the reproaches of conscience, he decided that he should make a new hive for bees. Rubia with delight tasted honey. She had no idea that this guy was able to cook. In fact, he was always lacking in skills, but the cooking process itself genuinely captured him. What the show meant is he just liked to do different things. If the dish did not go out, he again took it from the beginning. And then he tasted calmly what he prepared on his own. After the show came out. Around the house grows growing plants, similar to bamboo, which were called ticaredo. The guy noted that this plant is easy to care for and can be useful in many different situations. Suddenly a guy from the cabin wounded a little. The show realized that it was worth wearing gloves. Then the guy remembered a recent conversation. She wondered in Rubia whether the magic of healing exists in this world. The girl confirmed that such magic really is. After that, the guy asked if she could cure absolutely any ailment or injury. However, healing magic was not so versatile. For the most part, it only enhanced the natural forces of the recovery of the human body. Therefore, if the disease has just begun, or has already gone into an abandoned stage, such magic was powerless. The guy was delighted to ask the girl again about the healing magic. However, now he could not use such magic in this place. The girl warned him, "Under no circumstances you should even try to deal with these charms." Remembering the recent conversation, the show quickly pulled the gloves and cut off the bamboo. Now it is only necessary to insert a thinner branch inside the cut stem. This did not make any difficulty for him. After finishing, the show tightened the assembled structure into the ground. The flow of charming energy appeared immediately near his palms. It was directed by a ball of compressed air directly into the bamboo tube. Compressed air easily penetrated. Immediately afterwards, the guy closed the hole with a piece of bamboo, slightly larger than the diameter of the hole itself, and then weakened the pressure in the balloon. As the air weakened the pressure, the bamboo tube with a crash flew into the sky. Seeing this, the show laughed cheerfully. The experiment was glory. If he removed it, the video would certainly conquer the hearts of students and would be a real hit. The young man thought of how to recharge the phone. He was coordinated to shoot the whole process of the experiment. But there was no electricity in this place. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which immediately attracted the attention of the show. He turned towards the sound. Horses with a carriage were boiled near the wooden house. A cheerful company of girls approached the door, hoping that they would open now. Among the 4 girls, 2 were dressed in costumes of maids. They came to meet Rubia. The show, which was hiding in the shade of the tree, watched with curiosity for unexpected guests. This company of young strangers was a complete mystery to him. There were 4 girls in this company. 2 of them served as maids, 1 wore glasses, and the other was marked by fun cats. The 3rd girl, dressed in a gorgeous dress and decorated with a tiara, had a real aristocracy. Next to her was her guardian, watching the surrounding ones. Ruby bowed her head in obedience and politely congratulated Her Highness, Princess. However, this appeal was dissatisfied with the princess herself. She did not like such officiality, because she wanted the girl to turn to her simply and easily. Sleeping, the annoyed Rubia wondered what the princess brought. Meanwhile, the girl from her post has already managed to penetrate the house. Rubia seemed to be quite obvious. The sorceress decided that it was a regular invitation. She has repeatedly denied a young guest. However, this time the reason for the princess's visit was completely different. It turned out that gossip about Rubia spread on the castle. It was a famous witch of Farline, who sheltered the little chick that had happened on the way. It was also mentioned that this girl often appears in the city, buying men's clothes and various little things. Suddenly, a show appeared in the door, and all the girls surprised by his unexpected appearance immediately realized that the rumors were true. A little embarrassed, the guy suggested to cook all tea. He could not understand why he was called a little bird, and from excitement he was completely confused, not knowing what to say. Rubia was amazed and annoyed. Why go such a distance for the sake of an empty conversation? She was tormented by the feeling of guilt for a futile time of the princess. However, the princess herself did not pay attention to it. She just looked at Rubia on the road from work, without even thinking about the little things. Soon, the mate chewed himself, prepared the dish, and treated her guests. The young man turned to the princess, introducing Her Highness. He reported that he was a student of Rubia himself. The girl was quite interested because his name sounded unusual even for a stranger. However, the man did not pay any attention. He prepared exquisite treats from his native land for the princess. The girl looked at the dessert with surprise, because it seemed to her that the dish was made of beef. However, everything happened differently. The show was treated to the princess by chocolate, a delicacy which he admired. They say that chocolate is incredibly sweet and delicious. After that, the guy with a smile invited the girl to taste this delicacy. Rubia with the princess rotely looked at a piece of chocolate. However, overwhelming distrust of an unfamiliar dish, both girls at the same time dared to taste the delicacies, and their cheeks were immediately slaughtered. Their cheeks were embarrassed because they enjoyed the unforgettable sweetness of chocolate. Such sophistication immediately melted on the tongue, giving them true pleasure. The princess did not even suspect that there are such exquisite and seductive delicacies in the world. Rubia looked intently at the boy with the world in her hands, full of desire to learn all about chocolate and his preparation. The show said that most likely chocolate is obtained by mixing groundnuts, which bring from the southern islands on the edge of the world, with sugar. The mixture is then thoroughly mixed until it is perfectly homogeneous and smooth. The princess thought, because the sugar in these parts was valued for the weight of gold, it was extremely difficult to get it. So the girl wondered the boy if he had chocolate. The show replied that the stock was almost exhausted, and the princess demanded to buy all the chocolate from him. Full of excitement, the girl asked the price briskly, and then she was generously offered 3 gold coins for him. The young man realized that he was offered 3 gold coins. Here, in this world, it is quite possible to live on 2 silver coins per month, which is equal to about 100,000 yen. Instead, 3 gold coins were already equal to 600,000 yen. He was genuinely impressed with such generosity, and did not hide his delight from the amount received. Soon the show received his 3 gold coins, and the princess took a whole tile of chocolate. She was unfortunate that she could not invite Rubia to the palace this time. However, the girl did not miss, because she got a real treasure. A whole chocolate. After that, the princess said goodbye to everyone and decisively closed the door. Rubia and the show looked at the closed door silently. But suddenly the prince's voice came in silence. The girl called them again. The teacher and the student hurried to the yard, still not realizing that she was holding the princess in their home. It turned out that the princess was quite interested in the device that stood in the well. The girl did not restrain her and asked to explain what a mysterious device. Then the show told her that the device is called a humming pump. It is with the help of it that he can pump water from the bottom of the well. After the explanation, the guy clearly demonstrated how the pump works. The princess was amazed, seeing from the device a flow of water suddenly. It seemed to her real witchcraft. In fact, everything was different. This is a common trick that is under the power of everyone. So the girl decided to move the pump handle, and the water immediately flooded with a stream. After that, the princess engulfed curiosity. She wanted to find out what this device was for. Meanwhile, the show stretched her bamboo stick. It was a toy that shot water. The guide demonstrated the princess how this fun works. The princess looked at the bamboo toy with delight and curiosity. The girl took her into her hands, and a stream of water suddenly escaped from the device. Water suddenly poured a maid with cat ears. She cried out, gave a mournful "nav," and rushed to run away from the jet. The princess was fun with her maid, and laughing and shaking, she tried in vain to hide from a water attack. The show also explained the girl, "If you close the hole in this toy, the water will stop leaking." The princess listened carefully and quickly stopped this principle. And after the guy's question, she realized, if the hole was made on the opposite side, the water would be poured directly on her. Now it became clear how the boy managed to pull the water from the well. When the pump moves up and down, a vacuum occurs in the pipe, and when the piston rises, the water under pressure fills the space. It was the real magic of the masters of their business. The princess liked the boy's pumping device insanely, so she again turned to the chest to sell to her this buzzing pump. After this advice, the princess dared to climb on a well-lit well. The show watched with excitement, trying to protect the girl from danger, but she stood up and already stood at full height just on the well. At that moment, she remembered how the guy introduced her and named her name. And here it was her turn to introduce. Her name was Leela Farline. This girl was the head of the state Farline. The show realized who she really was. He was shocked by the idea that he was faced with the head. The girl did not stop and continued to talk. In her voice, confidence and pride sounded. She felt as she wanted the guy to accept the invitation. Lila officially invited the show to her castle. It has passed some time. The cart with horses slowly moved on the road. Inside, immersed in his own thoughts, in silence, the show lay his backpack nearby. The guy remembered a recent conversation with the princess. He confessed to Lily, who remains a simple student Ruby. However, it did not matter for the girl. The only thing she needed from him was his ability. If he has comprehended so many truths, he is unlikely to be a simple student. The girl also added that food and clothing will be provided by the state. In addition, the monthly salary will be 3 gold coins. Hearing that amount, 600,000 yen a month, the guy was just stunned. For the boy, all these conditions seemed extremely seductive. Now he will have to stay in this world for a while. After all, having money is a great advantage. So the guy gladly agreed to the proposal of Princess Layla. However, he was stopped by an annoyed Shu. The girl warned, "It is only an invitation, and he is not obliged to accept it at all." The young man hesitated for a long time. The proposal was indeed extremely profitable for him. Princess Layla, for the sake of impressive sight, was fine. Rubia was stunned by the boldness of the princess's words. Immediately, Princess Layla began to threaten Rubia. If she does not conquer, she will go to her whole army. However, the witch remained unwavering. She refused to perform the princess. Then the girl cast her gaze on the show, expecting that he would replace Ruby. Rubia only glanced silently at Layla with dissatisfaction, and this tension made the show awkwardly turn to her mentor. From the castle to the house of Ruby was very near, so the show could have a combination of training with his duties. However, Ruby did not suit this decision at all. Ruby understood. To leave an inexperienced student with such dangerous ideas as the show, unattended, too risky. So she made an important decision. If the show still decides to go to the castle, Rubia will certainly be a company. Finally, the sorceress stuck in the request of the princess. Suddenly, while driving, the cart jumped on a stone, from which all passengers were thrown in one way. The show was not lucky. It was hit by the window and the crew shaking. However, the guy could not fully feel the pain. His thoughts were completely occupied by Princess Layla. The girl, flashing a blush, hugged him with her whole body and did not look away from the black young man. The show was also concerned about the state of the princess. He turned to her, and his words helped the girl master herself a little and get rid of embarrassment. Princess Layla, having come out, immediately removed from the boy. The cheeks were filled with a blush, and she said, embarrassed, that everything was fine with her. A girlfriends were sitting next to her, the smart in the glasses called Ruminese, and the savvy maid with herbs, Mima. Her Highness of Princess Layla has already crossed the threshold of 15 years. After the tragic death of the king and the queen from the terrible epidemic, she fully took the state affairs into her young but decisive hands. The last event did not give her rest. The girl still tried to understand what had happened and attributed all the strange behavior of the crew. It was allowed to go to the throne only after reaching the age of majority, so managing his own region was quite familiar. However, Layla was distinguished by her extraordinary talents. She has already gained extensive experience in all the issues concerning the throne. Her skill in any case was so perfect that even influential ministers could not deny her. The show noted that Princess Layla was small in height, but was striking. The girl cast an indignant look at the boy, but at this moment the carriage jumped again on the stone, and the show hit the show again. He could not understand that it was wrong with this crew. It was a real torment in it. The princess assured that it was a regular carriage. It seemed to him that the road was too broken, but this assumption was false. The guy realized, the whole thing is that the cart was too rigid. The princess thought about what means tough crew. The show explained to her that it was a visa in which the axis was firmly connected to the body. After listening to his story, the girl seized curiosity. She wanted to learn about other types of crews. You could improve the rigid carriage by equipping it with a suspension. Princess Layla, not shaking what he was talking about, only surprised, she looked at the young man, but did not go into explanation. Instead, he painted the girl the form of a bow he needed. He was interested in whether there was such a bend in real life. There was this form of bow. Then the guy continued to draw and soon created another similar element on the opposite side of the bow. When combined, a rhombus is formed. He then drew all the small details. After connecting, these elements, as shown in the illustrations, will expand and compress. Then the guy suggested to fix them on the top of the wheel, and to pass the axis under it, so that during the hit on large stones or humps, the suspension could stretch and compress. Thus, the carts will not shake on the uneven roads. The young man with delight shared his plan with others. The girls, stunned, silently stared at him. They could not hide the surprise from his plan. The young man was confused and felt awkward, because he did not understand why everyone was silent. The show was convinced that he explained the essence of the suspension is quite clear. Suddenly, Princess Layla raised rapidly. The Tiara Lord appealed to the audience impatiently, so that someone immediately called Raciel. The maids were anxiety observed how the princess moved fussy. They tried to persuade a restless girl not to get up in a carriage. The risk was too big. There was no cut nearby, so they could not call it. Then she wondered who this cut was. The maid Ruminis told the boy that Rasil is an incredibly skilled master. Now the man was just working in the workshop at the castle. Suddenly, a maiden voice sounded nearby, and the show immediately called back. Princess Layla informed the boy with excitement that they would just arrive at the palace. He needed to tell about the suspension in the workshop. Soon they got the castle. They were faced with a workshop, a spacious, light hall filled with fresh air. At the very end, a fireplace was visible, in the flame of which was born sophisticated inventions. The elves and gnomes worked here with perseverance and inspiration. Princess Layla sought to find Russell as soon as possible. Suddenly, a gray-haired man was put in front of them, who obviously responded to the call of the princess. The appearance of Layla in the workshop caught Russell by surprise. The man, leaning his head in front of her, noticed that the girl had a wonderful mood. At that moment, Layla stopped Russell's bow. The girl eagerly sought to demonstrate something important as soon as possible. Subsequently, the workshop fully assembled an amazing pump with a lid, which was buzzing while working. It was worth starting it, as water immediately scored from the device. For the pump to work, it was immersed in a bucket of water. All workshops were amazed by the effectiveness of this invention. The Rasil is enthusiastically reported to the princess that the pump would definitely be in demand. The girl shone with joy. She herself understood it perfectly. The show has to explain the principle of pump work. He designed it from bamboo. However, a man would prefer an iron pump, because this design would have a much lower risk of breaking. The man realized, the guy said. He realized that this iron device would indeed last more than 10 years, although it will be quite expensive. However, Princess Layla did not bother money at all. The price for her had no value. The girl gave a recess artisan the task of making a prototype of the pump from iron. But Layla decided to make another report. Princess Layla also instructed Russell to design a crew with a suspension. She explained in detail how this mechanism works in transport. The man appreciated her plan. Such a crew could be profitable. The girl understood that if a new high-speed carriage appeared, royal nobility would not regret a lot of money to take possession of it. The awareness of this pleased her. The show began to talk about the suspension. He portrayed it in the form of a diamond. In fact, the design should consist of several boards of different lengths, carefully glued together. Russell became interested in why they took more than one board, but combined several different lengths. The show immediately realized, this man has a sharp mind and is able to pay attention to the details. If the guy explained the work of the resonator on the example of jumping on the branch, then, after all, once, bouncing, the branch rocked more and more. Russell was immediately clear this comparison. As a child, he also loved to have so fun. The show continued to explain. If someone is too fond of swinging on the branch, it will eventually break. However, by imposing boards of different lengths, you can evenly distribute the load and avoid breakage. For the sake of strength of the show, the preferred would create a steel pendant, but to treat flexible steel will be a difficult task. Therefore, the man suggested using high-quality copper for this purpose. Smiling, he told me that he could be organized so that the suspension was changed regularly and the details were sold separately. Then, earnings will be twice as high. The guy's words were stunned by Layla. The girl quietly expressed his admiration with the performance. The guy turned out to be much more insightful than she imagined. His face was illuminated by hearing the praise of Princess Layla. The show spoke again about the design of the crew. He suggested that the masters equip a trolley with a new function, the opportunity to change the angle of the front wheels. Although this will complicate the job, it will make the movement much more convenient. The artists from the workshop quickly understood the explanation of the young man. His proposal would really make it much easier to manage the crew while turning and maneuvers. The quality of the trip will also increase significantly. At the performance, the masters radiated a real passion. This is exactly how people who work in production should be. They grabbed every word of the narrator on the fly, and even eagerly expressed the desire to find out more details about the construction of the crew. Soon the guy heard the answer from his own workshop. The show looked at a cozy shack with joy. Now he finally has his own space for work. Princess Layla assured him that all the necessary materials and masters, who are able to bring any idea into life, await him in the castle. Feeling the trust of the girl and her hope, the young man went to his own workshop. In addition to the workshop in the castle, there was also a smithy, where avid gnomes were forging a variety of metal and other materials. The artel of the masters was famous for its fine trim and exquisite engraving. The elves were taken for this delicate work. They skillfully decorated the objects with bizarre patterns and painted them with incomparable elegance. The young man noted that the material department can find a variety of wood. Iron was also found there. However, this metal was rarity and was especially high. The show looked at the whole castle attentive. During the walk, he also came across a staff, where he noticed the girl's acquaintance, Rumon and Envomi. Seeing him, Envori was genuinely happy with an unexpected meeting. Soon the door arose. It was a master's office. He guessed that he was there. It took Rubaya a little time to collect her things, so the girl appeared late. She laid out her belongings in the office, carefully finding for each place. She intended to help the master, but Rubia categorically refused. Otherwise, she could not find anything. After that, the guy asked in Rubia if there were other masters in the castle. The girl answered in the affirmative. Among the inhabitants of the fortress was the elfic master of true knowledge. The guy this news has taken a lot. The real elf was somewhere in the castle. He was not suffering to meet this legendary figure. But suddenly Rubia came to him. She stood close to the boy and whispered that the elf was already very old. The sorceress strictly warned the show. I do not even dare to approach the elven master. The guy still clearly remembered the reservations that Ruby expressed. However, her words only ignited curiosity. Now the show sought to meet the true elves. Suddenly, he noticed a half-open door. Interested in her presence, the show came closer. The guy's attention was attracted by the light that was pouring out of the room. He sought to find out what the room was. He was so interested in this place that he was about to enter inside. Suddenly, a loud ticking of the heels sounded nearby. Suddenly, someone's angry exclamation made the boy shudder and turn sharply to the source of voice. He appeared in front of the elven, looking dissatisfied with the unexpected guest. She saw him for the first time, so she decided that he belonged to the Imperials. The Elfian looked at the boy with suspicion, without losing the idea that he could be an Imperial spy. The show was genuinely surprised by her growth. She was surprisingly high. The man was looking up at the giant elf. He heard that the elves have grown all his life and even in the millennia can reach height more than 2 meters. The young man finally realized that he was faced with a real master, whom Ruby mentioned. The elf continued to look closely and with dissatisfaction with the beginner. Her suspicions of espionage have not yet dispelled. The guy instantly and with a noticeable excitement assured the girl he is not a spy. He added excitedly that he is a student of Master Rubia. To these words, the girl immediately changed the expression. She firmly grabbed the show for her chin and, calmly, with apparent curiosity, began to consider it carefully. Hearing that Ruby had taken herself a student, the ELN was very interested in his appearance. After these words, the girl became interested in what was happening in Ruby. She suddenly realized how impolitely she did. She did not even congratulate her colleague. Shaw told the elves that his mentor had remained in the castle, because Rubia had to prepare for moving. After that, the girl, interested, asked why he, being a student of Rubia herself, did not come out to meet her. The guy once again explained the girl that he had many things. However, the show made a promise to visit her later and say hello. The situation had to be corrected somehow. The Elfka frankly remained dissatisfied with everything that was happening. However, after that she vigorously tightened the boy in her office. The girl realized that the young man did not realize her connection with Rubia, so she decided to allow him to rake the consequences of his master's unhappy behavior. The show did not resist and asked who this elfish was. She introduced herself immediately. Her name is Stella. The girl added, if he is a student of Ruby, he already knows who she is and what the situation is. In response, the show also introduced himself, adding that he was studying in Rubia. Then he hesitantly reached for his jacket's inner pocket, as if looking for something there. In fact, it was his gift prepared specifically for this meeting. Soon the guy found what he was looking for. Opening his palm, he showed the girl 2 bright red berries. For the show, it was a truly valuable gift. Stella was amazed at his gift. It was not just anything, but a rare fruit march, which was distinguished by its unusual bright red shade. The girl took away the gift, trying to pretend that she likes his quality. Taking the present, Stella with a gesture pointed to the boy on the chair, like a real hostess. She gently suggested that he sit down until the elf prepared Pico drink. Pico was ready soon. The girl served the boy. Sean noted immediately. The drink resembled coffee not only in appearance but also a seductive aroma. The show lifted the cup to his lips and made a sip of pico. The drink was surprisingly delicious. It was perfect in it, sophisticated aroma, deep, rich bitterness. But despite this perfection, the show will still miss the world. Having tasted pico, the guy became interested in whether to just get this drink. It turned out that it is easy to find it, although the price is biting. In addition, you can buy pico in the city. Della promised to share with him the address of her favorite store. Suddenly, the girl sharply changed the topic of conversation, suddenly asking the true personality of the boy. The show was surprised at her, not understanding that she seeks to find out. After all, this guy was only a student of a true scientist. However, the girl did not believe him. Stella noted that he is distinguished by exquisite manners and thorough education. Only the heirs of noble families, royal nobility, or great merchants on this continent are taught. In her memoirs, there was no guy of such an age who would correspond to this description. The show impressed the ability with which the girl remembered each of her peers. Della kept everyone in his head, because these people were respectful as regular customers. Therefore, the guy confessed that he had arrived from a country that Stella had not even heard. However, the girl remained wary. His words could not dispel her suspicion. The tense young man limited himself to a short answer. "The sea is wine." Only he managed to say. The mystery of his words did not like the girl at all. However, the show was convinced that there are things that Stella has never learned about, so even better. The guy did not want to open the girl all the truth. He cautiously warned her, throwing proverbs in conversation. Excessive curiosity can sometimes cause death. The show was clearly aware. As a student of the Master of Rubia, he is of particular interest in Stella. However, there was not enough trust between them. On his remark, Stella only swayed slightly. Then the girl gives examples of similar sayings from her home country. She realizes that many are really happier when they remain in ignorance. Stella translated a conversation on another topic. The girl looked at the berries of Lil Mech in her hands, full of desire to find out where the guy found them. After all, such bright purple-red fruits were extremely rare. The show assured her that he found them in the forest. The girl immediately guessed that if he noticed the berries between the trees, then he probably did not go over. The young man only nodded in agreement. Stella looked carefully at the found berries and carefully folded them into her box. A little time passed, and the young man painted a flower on the board, from which the purple fruit berry ripe. The flower was distinguished by 5 white petals, and the show did not refrain from admiration for their elegance. Stella was genuinely admired by the drawing of the guy. The flower depicted on it accurately responded with a story from ancient legends. Then the show offered to go together and see white flowers with his own eyes. The guy knew the forests well around, but could not promise that the plants would bloom when they got there. Stella looked at the guy confusedly, her cheeks engaged in a blush. It could in no way believe what was happening and watched the girl inseparably. Stella barely restrained laughter, seeing his complete misunderstanding, but still calmed his emotions. She finally realized that he did not really make the meaning of what he said. Now the girl understands for no doubt. The guy came from a completely different world. What, in turn, was completely knocked down from the panther. This is almost a miracle that the play was able to see the flowering of little merch flowers. The guy understood it, but quickly shot himself. When the emotions subsided, Stella calmly explained to him that it was impossible to call someone so to admire the flowers. The show could not understand what the girl meant. It was here that the man finally grasped the true meaning of Stella's words. His face was instantly lit by shame. The show mentioned Ruby's confused gaze when he told her that they would stay together until they see these mysterious flowers, that who know when they still appear. Now the guy realized everything. His face was shame and blushed to the ears. He realized why Ruby smiled so strangely. Stella learned that he told Ruby. The embarrassed show was in a hurry to justify, they say. Then he had no idea about the true meaning of those words. Meanwhile, Stella rose from her place and leisurely removed the cloak, which carelessly fell to the floor. The elf has already opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Stella slowly approached the boy. If he turned to her in such a tone, it clearly testified. There was nothing in common between the show and Rubia. The girl gave her fingers carefully on his chin. The show was embarrassed by her gaze. The girl said a seductive voice that he may be worth trying with her. Stella gave the boy a charming look, from which he took his breath. The show could only look stunned at her, unable to look away. But suddenly the young man came to life. He was unclear why she had stopped Stella. After all, with her non-resist charm, she could pay attention to anyone. The girl gently took him by her hand and, smiling seductively, whispered that she had long been tired of all other men in the castle. The guy hesitated, responding to the action of the elves of Stella. But the girl did not stop for a moment. She cleverly knocked him on the sofa, forcing him to lie down, because Stella wanted to see if he tried to use resistance or anti-magic. Suddenly, the door to the room with a roar. Rubeus with a strict expression appeared at the door of the cabinet. The sorceress cast a gloomy look at the rooms. The guy, embarrassed by his eyes, turned to the mentor. Rubeus silently approached them. They continued to remain on the couch in an ambiguous pose. Without spending more time, Rubeus sharply separated them. He dropped both from the sofa with a decisive movement. The angry Ruby grabbed the guy by the collar. She was convinced that she would not meet him in the Stella's office, but he appeared there. The girl had already asked him to stay away from her, but the circumstances did not leave them a choice. The show had to last. Suddenly Stella strongly approached the boy and hugged him. The show only blushed from such courage. The Elfine, seductively mourning something on the ear, knocked down the guy from the panther. However, Stella did not stop her actions. She leaned closer to the boy, carefully examining his rounded ears. The girl sought to find out more about him, hoping that the young man would become felt at her. Meanwhile, Rubeus shouted. The sorceress with a dissatisfied expression tried to pull the steel from the whole action. However, the Elfian was not going to stay away. She was so interesting that she did not want to hear about retreat. Then Stella reported Rubia that he would not be able to stop, because he called her to look at white flowers. Hearing this, the witch shouted at surprise and shock. The embarrassed show sought to justify. However, Ruby explained to him what exactly means to invite someone to look at flowering. That is why he shared it with the Steely. Stella again came to a confused boy. She carefully observed his behavior during a spectacle with light. The girl shared the idea that the show was much different from all the boys she had to meet earlier. It seemed to her that there was a special connection between them, as if they were created for each other. However, Rubia had sharply interrupted the steel, turning to the elf with unexpected sharpness. The elf and the guy looked at the witch in surprise without realizing what was happening. Meanwhile, Rubia herself barely held back the excitement. It shakes from a storm of emotions. However, Ruby gathered with thoughts, and, somewhat confused, confessed Stella that the idea of admiring flowers together belongs to the show. It was the first to suggest it. The girl closed her eyes with inconvenience, and her cheeks at the same moment lit a shy. A complete silence fell in the room for a moment. He looked at Rubia in a confusion, and he was burning his cheeks with a blush. He did not expect such a confession. But Stella suddenly laughed loudly, not hiding fun. She was genuinely pleased with the naive words of Rubia, from which the witch from Lena Lynn was only more ashamed, abusive. Ruby blushed and annoyed from the girl's words, recognizing she was indignant that she was only 24. So its inexperience does not matter. But at least she is not as old as Stella has been, 450 years old. Hearing about the age of Stella, the show could not hide the surprise. He looked at the girl with delight. Her age at 450 has struck him to the depths of her soul. That's what really meant being an elf. The young man looked at the fossil's elm, not believing that someone was able to live for so many centuries. Stella, annoyed by his words, grunted something about the power of memory. It turned out that the angry Stella intended to erase the boy's memory. She wanted him to forget her true age, so the girl used magic, aiming the magic straight on him. However, the guy, to her astonishment, was able to evade a magical attack. The young man was alarmed, glanced at an angry girl. Soon dust from her attack was settled, and through the fog, her figure made. It was Stella. She did not look out of the boy with a gloomy expression and called her magic again. This time, the girl would not be missed. The piercing screams of the boy were heard even in the Stella. Smoke knocked out of the door, a consequence of her attacks. Princess Layla, intrigued by a loud noise, arrived on the roar with the steps. The show rapidly rushed to the girl. Pale, like a canvas, the young man warned Layla. To get inside now is extremely dangerous. Not to mention more words. He easily picked up the girl in her arms. impressed with her lightness. Without looking back, the show rushed away from the office. After him, a piercing cry of the angry steel broke out. In the end, the boy managed to slip away from Stella. Tired of prolonged running, he leaned against the wall, breathing hard. The princess noted that the elves are really endowed with great wisdom, but even they do not always listen to the voice of the mind. The girl gladly noticed that they had already reached the stairs in the tower. She was enthusiastically informed the guy that an incredible landscape opened from the top. Princess Layla very much wanted to share with him that beauty. She immediately noticed that there were many stairs in the tower. The building itself seemed too high. He grunted with dissatisfaction that he would not hurt the elevator. For Layla, this word came for the first time, so it was intrigued to ask what the elevator was. The guy explained to her that to install the cabinet on the top of the tower, you can use a rope, lifting it with a drawing box. However, this will need someone who will pull for the rope. So, the rope will attach a load, a little heavier than a girl, and slowly lower it from the upper floor. And then someone will carefully lift this weight up. When Princess Layla realized how this makeshift elevator works, her face shone with delight. At first, they needed someone who could lift the weight with an elevator. So far, this is all that they are capable of. The young man was well aware of this because there was no electricity in this world. However, he considered this approach unsuccessful. In the end, when one side triumphs, the other is defeated. In an effort to facilitate the existence of one, we condemn others to suffering. Soon, Layla rose to the top of the tower. The guy enthusiastically looked at the gorgeous panorama that opened before them. Princess Layla confessed that he sometimes visits here when she becomes difficult in her soul. When she looks at the city that the night glow of fluorites envelops with a mysterious light, her heart is filled with peace. The girl was well aware. Her current situation is the merit of her faithful vassals and the people. The princess spoke these words, looking thoughtfully in the distance. The show warned her at one time, when someone tries to simplify everything, there is always the one who suffers from it. This also applies to royal power, Bin. If the strong world seek to make everything too simple, the life of the common people becomes unbearably complicated. And it is worth noting that there was only 15 this girl, and she already knew a lot about the true cost of living. Princess Layla turned to Sho, putting high hopes for him. He is convinced that a real scientist like him will be able to ensure the success of the holiday, the girl enthusiastically announced. Together, they will be able to develop the country. The show has realized. Thanks to his knowledge from the old world, he is able to promote the development of this country. However, he was worried about otherwise. So that excessive admiration for technologies did not accept heresy here. However, if foreigners come to them, it can give him clues to return to his own world. Meanwhile, Princess Layla and the show enthusiastically admired the charming landscape. The show turned to the princess loudly, drawing her attention. With inspiration, he assured that they would make every effort, because they are waiting for a grand invention that can enrich this country. Farlin is a small town that is at the same time a whole state. The show spent just over 2 weeks in this castle, and his patience was already ending. She stretched helplessly on the floor in a weird pose. From the famine, his stomach grunted dissatisfied. The boy was incredibly wounded by a real Japanese dish. Despair covered him, and I wanted to cry for a difficult situation. He dreamed of tasting miso soup with gentle Oneira again. Subsequently, the guy went out. He found himself at the bazaar near the castle. There were many jams here where they traded a variety of goods. The guy flicked in the market in search of rice and miso, but there was nothing like this. He managed to come across barley only, but barley did not resemble rice. The show also drew attention to the extraordinary variety of fishery products on the local counters. It seems that in this world, the craft of drying and transportation of fish has reached an outstanding level. However, only accept those species that are found near, because transportation takes a long time. Another integral element of Japanese cuisine is soy sauce. To prepare it, the guy decided to get some glutamate. Soon the guy was near the counter with fresh seafood. The seller offered his help in search. Then he reported that he needed dried seagrass. Such an unusual request surprised the man. However, the seller went to look for the right product among his store. Some time passed, and the man still got the seagrass, though he still hesitated whether this was what the buyer meant. Finally, the seagrass was covered with a white coating and mold. The seller explained the show that he was going to simply throw it away, because no one could sell it. However, the show was stunned. It is not mold at all. On the contrary, the grass was of the best quality, and its appearance only emphasized the unique taste. So the guy immediately told the seller that he would buy these things. In addition, he decided to buy dried fish. Then he asked the merchant to give him some seagrass, and he gladly handed him all the purchases. Soon the guy appeared with a voluminous shopping bag in his hand. He was in a great mood, because he just returned from the store. Overcoming the road with a heavy bag to the house, he laid out products on the table. Among all purchased were cereals, vegetables, and various other products. To start the show, I decided to prepare the broth for algae from kelp soup using the recipe with my world. He mentioned that first it was necessary to cut the seaweed into small pieces, and then to put the laminarium with boiling water. After that, it was necessary to sprinkle the dish with a pinch of salt, and the quick soup was ready. Here, after completing all the cooking, the guy with a passion began to taste his own cooked soup. It was incredible. The guy felt the rich aroma and the magnificent taste of this dish. The soup was from algae, absolutely the same as in his native world. The taste of familiar soup immediately reminded the show about his mother. Apparently, she is worried now because of his disappearance. The guy was not even convinced if his native world survived. Perhaps only he is one of the shock caused by the disappearance of light. He was swollen from these thoughts, so to be distracted, he again took up experiments with food. The show suggested using a water wheel from the workshop. After all, if you resort to this cunning device, you can build a barley mill. Of course, for his own needs it would be enough a simple mortar with a pestle. But this activity was exhausting and difficult, so the guy decided to invent a mechanized way to make his life easier. The guy made a water wheel that enabled him to design a barley cleaning device. The powerful stupa was equipped with a mechanism, and now the grain was cleansed effortlessly, directly in the eyes of turning into high-quality cereals. Having received the purified barley, he took to cook it. After brief cooking, he decided to taste the dish. Despite the unusual aroma, the cooked barley was surprisingly delicious. However, the grain turned out to be too dry. Molding cakes was a futile cause. The next day, the show took up the case that really captured him. For the first time in this foreign world, he had to prepare a missa, and this experience promised to become special for him. Ruby glanced with suspicion at the boy full of enthusiasm. Something wise again. Something is going down. The show sought to impress his mentor with a brilliant premiere, which was to become a prominent event of the new world. Miso is made of soybeans. The boy found the right grains, but they did not quite resemble sowing beans from his native world. You will also need salt for this dish. It is not difficult to get it in this world. Sooner is still needed. Traditionally rice, but since the boy had no rice, he decided to use barley. So the result should be something like barley miso. Miso preparation usually takes a long time, but there is magic in this world. Therefore, it will be easier to create a dish. The young man has taken place with passion. Even if something goes wrong, you can always try again. At first the guy poured barley with water, and then heated it with magic. It was a real magic microwave. The guy just as magically warmed the tools to at least 100 degrees. In the end, sterility was crucial. It was necessary to penetrate the germs inside, and it would be immediately declined. After all the preparations, steamed barley was divided into small portions. Then, the guy put magic on grain to accelerate growth. When he did it, something strange began to form on barley. Ruby suggested that it was a mold, and, anxious, the boy said, because of this mold, the dish could no longer be eaten. However, the show reassured her, explaining that the yellow spot on barley is not a common mold, but a special Suzum mold. In Japan, miso is usually covered with white mold, but in this world it is mutated and has a different shade. Everything should be enough for so much. Kodzi will soon be ready. A little time passed, and the witch caught the appetizing sweet oatmeal aroma. After the aroma spilled in the air, the beans were steamed again and crushed in a magic microwave. And then the show and Rubia carefully, on their own, added salt and barley malt, skillfully mixing all the ingredients. After that, they were blindfolded from the resulting mass of the ball. Ruby looked at the boy distrustfully, and still doubt that this dish could be eaten at all. However, he assured her, if the fermentation will be properly, the taste will definitely surprise. Then they carefully folded everything in a sterilized jar. Then tightly twisted the lid to prevent air from penetrating. The show made a spell that accelerated the fermentation process. The ripening lasted about an hour with short pauses. That weird boy sat right on the floor, and the rubble slowly soaked tea. Everyone was looking forward to the dish ready. Thanks to magic, the guy was able to reduce the year of innocent preparation to only 1 hour. That's what an hour flashed. The dish was ready. The show opened the lid of the jars with interest, and it immediately enveloped the appetizing aroma of freshly brewed miso. Finally, miso, prepared in this magical world, was ready for tasting. The young man examined the dish with delight and genuine joy. Ruby was still treated with caution, because for the first time she heard about such a wonder as miso. Meanwhile, far from them, a maid with cat ears fussed in the castle yard. The dumb Kirshen was stubbornly, but suddenly she was alerted by the amazing aroma that attracted from afar. This appetizing smell of the dish was spread from the house of the show, forcing the girl to look around with interest. The guy showed the girl the dish he prepared. It was a portion of miso soup with pork. She had not heard of such soup before, so the guy said it was a traditional dish from his hometown. He prepared a broth based on kombu and dried fish algae. Vegetables were also floating in the miso soup: potatoes, onions, and carrots, although it never found a substitute for radish. In addition, the guy prepared barley rice, and the show roasted the grilled meat. All this has become a great compliment to the traditional miso. Soon the guy put all the dishes on the table. The appetizing, fragrant pair lifted the room, filling it with a seductive smell. He added bamboo sticks to the food. Now it was really a real Japanese meal. A tears with tears in his eyes tasted the dishes he prepared himself. In every familiar taste, he felt the spirit of Japan. Then the guy invited Rubia not to hesitate and to taste the treats. However, the girl was a little beware of unusual dishes. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the show. Together with Struck, a voice called the show named. It turned out to be a new maid. The lure of the appetizing aroma of dishes, she wondered what was being cooked today. After that, the guy invited the maid to taste the dish he prepared. When the girl approached the table, she was shocked. Nemu twisted, seeing an unfamiliar food. It seemed to her that the guy had prepared insect eggs, because barley reminded her of them. The appearance of a miso soup also frightened the girl. The turbid fluid caused her anxiety. The show assured the girl that she was not going to give her to eat like that. He explained that it was only pork soup. At that moment, Stella suddenly came to the room. The elf called the show. In addition to Stella, Princess Layla came to the room. The young man greeted both girls. Stella was very hungry, and together with the princess immediately felt the appetizing smell of dishes. But the owner did not worry about unexpected guests. He deliberately prepared many dishes, because he was convinced that the appetizing aroma would certainly lure everyone. Whether they appealed to them, he did not know that. But he gave everyone to taste their treats. Over time, Inimimim, having tasted the dishes, already looked at them with sincere enthusiasm. The food was so delicious that it eagerly attacked her, unable to stay. It's Rubia, watching the perseverance of the maid, also did not refrain from trying. Trying to soup, Rubia unexpectedly felt a pleasant and sophisticated taste. Stella could not tread like a dish, so unappetizing externally, it can be so tasty. Princess Layla also shared her astonishment. Here, Princess Layla noticed carrots in the soup. She always did not like carrots because of her bitter taste. However, having tasted carrots from this soup, she felt an unexpected pleasure in the tongue, and was genuinely surprised. The young man explained to everyone that the taste has changed because of a process called the removal of alkylium. He also added that the Kamado Vosula is used to eliminate bitterness. The girls heard about such ashes for the first time, and the boys' abilities really impressed them. Explaining how to get rid of bitterness, the guy reached out by Numi ordinary carrots, for example. The maid tasted the vegetable and immediately felt a sharp, unpleasant bitterness. After finishing the demonstration, the show soaked the carrots in the water and sprinkled with alkali. With the help of magic, it has significantly accelerated the chemical reaction so that the alkaline processes occur in the product instantly. Nomi got carrots from a plate of water. Bite her, the girl noted in surprise. Only the delicate, sweet taste of the vegetable. There was no trace of bitterness. The maid decided that it was a real miracle. However, the guy did not agree with her. He assured that he simply uses magic to speed up a chemical reaction. Even without magic, they could leave carrots with a meadow at night, and the result would be the same. Stella was hidden in surprise, hearing it for the first time. She knew nothing about removing the meadow. Soon the Elfian rose from the table, sincerely thanked the boy for delicious food. But having quenched the famine, Stella felt another passion in it. The elf with incredible speed rushed to the boy, and his cheeks broke out a blush. Seeing this, Numi watched them interestedly. She was markedly excited. Her cat ears were briskly swaying from anticipation. If Stella was able to prove herself in this show, then she will be able to. And here she jumped directly at the guy. The show was under them on the bed. Stella, with silence, now lay on top of the guy. The Elfka shared with me, which has long been involved in such three. I confess, when the animal is joined, everything becomes especially dizzying. However, everything is left without any changes. Rubia, with a gloomy face, squeezed a charming staff in her hands, watching the boy closely. Feeling danger, he rushed to the girls, covered with panic. However, someone's hand grabbed him. It was Princess Layla. She came to the boy and gently hugged him. Smiling, the girl asked him something sweet for dessert. The show was confused for a moment, not finding the words, and his cheeks had a blush. Here the guy finally came out, but did not understand what the girl was talking about. Princess Layla, in response, was indignant with her hands. It was about a dark, sweet dessert. Then the show finally guessed. She meant chocolate. However, unfortunately, he no longer has any tiles. Princess Layla will never forget the taste of chocolate. Sweet memories of dessert caused a happy smile on her face. The young man turned to the girl, trying to find out if she could get a little sugar. Hearing his question, the girl broke out of anger, because sugar was a real treasure. If she allowed herself a little sweet, people would consider her a wasteful one. Princess Layla did not seek to imitate the greedy aristocrats. She was struck by indignation. She sharply pushed the boy and strictly reminded him of her duties. But soon her sad complaint spread. The princess pretended to be crying from despair. In the end, if they had time to sell all the novelties, this disaster may be avoided. Stella from Nomomi began to reproach the boy, accusing him of being crying through him. Rubia was silently watching everything without expressing emotions, and the show tried to find out what was happening at all. Suddenly Princess Layla restrained tears. She looked at the boy strictly and ordered him to invent something immediately. The show had only one task: to fulfill its orders without hesitation. The girl already remembered the desperate promise of a guy who smiled boldly and assured that he was running the question. Now the show cannot retreat. He gave her the word, and the promises given to the royal person cannot simply be broken. Subsequently, everyone went home. The evening sank to the city, and the guy stayed alone in his house. The show could not solve the mystery with chocolate. He still did not understand this problem. Thoughts were confused in his head, and he did not know what step to do. Perhaps the sweet taste could be replaced with syrup, the so-called malt or barley sugar molasses. It was once used to make drinks. In the process of barley germination, a special enzyme is formed in the grains, which turns starch into sweet sugar. But even if the show is tricky by replacing the chocolate to the syrup, it is unlikely to help for a long time. Soon Princess Layla will start demanding a real chocolate from him again. In this world, cocoa did not exist at all. The show has never heard about him here. So the guy thought, because he did not know if you could find some kind of cocoa substitute. Suddenly, the guy remembered an interesting detail. Somewhere in South America, if you fry the big spider and taste it, the taste will resemble chocolate. In those parts, such a dish is considered a real delicacy, so it should be surprisingly delicious. Thinking, the show remembered how he was bitten by a spider near the waterfall. Then he almost died, so now the guy was a little worried that someone could use a spider. A little time passed, and the guy finally opened the door to his teacher's office. He called Rubia loudly. The sorceress was fascinated by reading a magical scroll. The young man asked the girl about the spider, whether he really lives near the waterfall. Rubia confirmed that the spider settled there, not far from the waterfall. This spider hunts animals that gather near the reservoirs, so you can often find spiders near tanks. The show listened carefully to the girl's explanation. Ruby, meanwhile, looked at the guy with suspicion, trying to understand what he conceived this time. The show with a smile informed the mentor that he wanted to eat this spider. The sorceress looked at her student Fatihan with distrust. She asked if she understood everything right, but he only reaffirmed his desire to eat a spider. The girl was shy, her face faded, and her hand involuntarily covered her lips. For a while she stood stunned without saying a word, but soon asked the boy, or at least he knew how this spider was called. The show cast a puzzled look at the girl, but she was not going to explain anything. Nevertheless, the girl pushed the boy to eat a spider. Before that, she warned, the spider's head and chest contains poisonous glands. So the guy boldly went into the forest to track and grab a spider that dared to attack him. Meanwhile, the show with genuine passion was scared in search of a spider. He once was the main character, who was won by the usual Slim at the beginning of the roleplay. But now everything has changed. Magic reigned in this world. Full confidence in his own power, the guy with excitement went in search of a spider. Suddenly, a mysterious rustle heard in the bushes. A spider came out in front of the guy, immediately similar to the one who was chatting near the waterfall. However, this creature reached such giant sizes that it dropped more on a giant crab than a regular spider. The show looked at the spider caught eye. The one who bit it seemed tiny compared to this insurance. It is easy to destroy it. It is enough to warm this creature a little with magic. However, the guy remembered everything he heard about crabs. As soon as they are destroyed, they begin to rush disgustfully, and this is not pleasing to the organizers of the show. But this spider was really reminiscent of a crab, even a city legend about such a creature. So the man decided not to heat the spider, but on the contrary, to freeze it. Thanks to witchcraft, he effortlessly dealt with the spider. In another situation, it could create a lot of hassle, but the show has cooled the creature so much that it was barely moving. Smiling, he grabbed a stiff spider and threw it into the bag. In a while, the guy returned home. After spending some time in the forest, the show managed to catch 3 giant spiders. After removing them from the bag, the guy skillfully tied them with a rope so that they could not move. Then, taking advantage of the magic, he healed them. After heating, the shell of the spider changed its chestnut shade to saturated purple. Seeing this, the guy did not feel hungry at all, but he was sure. Now the spider can be eaten safely. Then the show disassembled the spider into separate parts. He put poisonous fragments separately in a bowl, because the spider glands contained paralytic poison. This prompted it to use this substance as an analgesic. The black guy, carefully removing the poisonous parts of the spider, took the food. When he broke the chitin shell on his paws, he found inside the flesh, similar to the one that happens to the royal crab. The show doubted that there was at least some poison left, but still considered the meat with distrust and dislike. But the guy still decided and bitten a piece of meat. Having tried it, he was delighted. The taste exceeded all the hopes. It was even more delicious than crab meat. Now the show dreamed of fried rice with crab. The guy finally calmed down. He did all this for the sake of crab meat. The show tried the liquid that flowed from the spider's belly. The bitterness of this essence resembled tart coffee. It passed for a while. The guy returned to the office of his mentor. He told Rubia that the chocolate was already ready, and then he stretched out a bowl of candy. They looked much more attractive than chocolate from cocoa. She realized with horror that he created him from the spider. Her eyes expanded from surprise. The guy carelessly stretched to the chocolate, but the girl shouted, frightened, forbidding it. She could not allow him to taste the chocolate. The show nervously raised his eyebrows, hearing her cry, and looked closely at the girl. Well, for Rubia, this chocolate should not be disgusting at all, even if it is made from a spider. After all, she is a real scientist. Everything must be explored personally and is concerned with interest. Ruby was already getting rid of his words. The cheeks flashed. The girl had to taste chocolate. Slightly hesitation, she lifted him to her lips and swallowed a piece rapidly. But in a moment, her face illuminated the delight. The taste of chocolate was incredible. This chocolate was even more delicious than before. Rubia did not hold back curiosity and asked what the secret of the guy. The show explained that he began with the use of a fluid taken from the spider's abdomen. Hearing this, one of the sorcerers cried away from surprise. After that, the show combined the liquid with the malt syrup and lightly heated the mixture so that it begins to give out a pleasant aroma. To make it more saturated, he added some milk fat to it. Thanks to fresh ingredients, generous portions of cream and oil, this chocolate turns out to be much more delicious than the store. Suddenly, the guy noticed. Rubia did not listen to his explanation at all. She was quite passionate about the taste of chocolate. Leaving the master of the master, the man warned her. He is not yet sure of the safety of the product, so it is better not to admire chocolate. Meanwhile, she wanted to visit the princess as soon as possible to announce the chocolate readiness. Soon the guy was in the throne room. He reported lyly that he had prepared chocolate. Hearing this, the princess praised him and ate chocolate, holding a delicacy in her hands, had already gone to give her deliciousness to her personally. The princess wondered the components, because Shah assured her that it is almost impossible to get them. He replied to this that he had found a decent replacement. And then he got a spider. Layla almost did not make horror, but the maids were asked on time and did not allow her to fall. In the meantime, the boy finally managed to find out the name of the spider. The annoyed princess did not resist and asked why he had a purple color. However, the production of drugs from parts of animals or monsters was commonplace. The princess hesitated, but at a moment when Rose came to her rescue, one of the maids voluntarily announced the first to taste this chocolate treat. Breeding the flavors, Ramonis was delighted with his sweet, rich taste. She could not stay and continued to eat further. Layla was genuinely rejoiced in such a reaction and also made a desire to taste. But suddenly something strange happened from Ramonis. The girl suddenly faded and hastily covered her mouth with her palm. The unexpected event in the maze scared all present. The young man lifted from the floor scattered Rumenia. Everyone was worried about the maid. Rumenia seductively leaned against the boy, emphasizing his charms. She was gently asked to turn to her simply. Rumi. The show, embarrassed and blushed with shame, did not take a stunning eye. The girl, breathing hard, scolded. Her voice, full of temptation and humility, called Sean. The guy instantly realized what was happening. Quickly running out of the throne hall, the young man hurried to his mentor, leaving the girls alone. At heart, he hoped that even if the chocolate was poisoned, Master Rubio would be able to cope with the disease with magic. Soon the guy was in the girl's office. He was concerned about the mistress. He cast an alarming look around. But the girl was already lying on the floor. Her breath was intermittent, and the condition was the same as in Rumenians. The girl got into the boy with a seductive look. Under the influence of chocolate effect, her body was fired by a good blush. Every part of the skin has become a seductive red. The appearance of the sorceress forced the show to go the nose. The girl, breathing hard, could not believe that he had forced her to eat it. Her cry spread all the castle, forcing the walls to shudder. She called the guy a fool. He later found himself in the throne room. The chocolate he prepared was an extraordinary impression. His strength was such that even the owner would not be able to resist. The proof of this was a bright label on his cheek. Princess Layla glowed with joy. She sought to immediately deploy the mass production of this chocolate. The young man was amazed by her passion. The idea seemed too risky to him. However, under the influence of chocolate, many will be able to give it a whole fortune, especially if there is no antidote against it. There was no doubt about this. It took some time in the artisan workshop. Russell was happy to eat baked spider. From childhood, a man watched spiders, not even knowing that these creatures hide a real delicacy. It was not believed that he had gone through such a deliciousness for so many years. The man praised the guy for having guessed to use the spider as a source of food. In his opinion, it is a real invention of the master, especially now when they have mastered the production of chocolate. He encouraged everyone to prepare for large-scale production. The man confessed to him that he was feeling at the turn of the era recently, as if they were on the verge of a great change. This was really a crucial moment. The ladder suddenly appeared in the middle of the empty space. However, the man had no idea whether he was leading to heaven, or perhaps directly to hell. The master gratefully accepted the words of the man. At heart, he was convinced that the heart of the world was beating on Farrell Lane Street. There was no such invention in the world anywhere in the world. The show was glad that their idea was appreciated by merit. But there were many trials ahead of them. Russell could not understand what difficulties this guy speaks of. Then the show explained in detail. Their main obstacle is fuel. They were absolutely necessary to bring the invention and spread it around the world. But they only had firewood and coal. In addition, it was extremely difficult to extract quality coal for smelting iron. The city's population is growing rapidly, so the city will certainly face a shortage of fuel. The forests of paints are full of firewood. It is only necessary to cut down trees. But this will not solve all the problems. If you completely cut down the forest, it will take hundreds of years to recover in its original form. In addition, there is a risk that the destruction of trees will lead to the transformation of these lands into the desert. It is so many cities in the world of this story that the sandy abyss eventually absorbed. In addition, he heard that the forest became much smaller than it was Princess Lalav during his childhood, because the trees were cut down here on firewood. However, local winters are soft and there are no colds, so heated fuel is hardly used. Trees served as fuel for daily cooking and bath heating, as well as for the production of coal used in the smithy. Everything necessary for this is given by the forest thicket. If the city continues to develop, the population will inevitably increase. Accordingly, the demand for firewood and coal will rise rapidly. It would be great if coal or oil existed in this world, but did not even hear about such things. The master understood that the destruction of forests was harmful. However, it remained only an issue of wood. The show had a completely different opinion on it. The fertility of distant lands, rains, climate. All this is made possible by forests. It is the forests that keep huge reserves of water, giving people precious moisture for life. If you are tempted by fast money, you can ruin your own country. Men were surprised to take the words of the show. The black guy wondered what was waiting in front. A little time passed and the show reached the top of the tower. He enjoyed the landscape of Farleon alone. This place filled it with peace, so the guy got his phone out of his inner pocket. Holding his phone in his hands, the guy wondered. He was hard to take a picture of the picturesque lane. He was convinced that it was a great idea. However, the device is hopelessly discharged. But this man thought about coal, oil, and electricity. He really needed their presence. And suddenly the thought sounded, what about how to use magic? He wanted to create something unusual that would allow energy for the performance. The next day came. The young man, rejoicing, clapped his palm. An interesting thought flashed in his head, and he immediately wanted to bring her to life. He began to spell with enthusiasm, because he belonged to those people who cannot restrain when a new idea appeared. They certainly want to check it in practice. At that moment, the show was speaking over the stream, laying near the workshop of the spell that dragged the water. It was an artificial river created with a wind. At first, he intended to equip the garden here, but it could have caused a decrease in atmospheric pressure. In a place saturated with water vapor, he was about to impose a spell to reduce the pressure there. When the magical power began to act, the air was immediately agitated and twisted in motion. Soon the sky was clouding, and lightning broke out. The guy was delighted with this picture. But suddenly he commemorated and stopped the witchcraft. The show was too fond of. This could really become dangerous. A little time passed, and the guy killed an iron jerk in the ground. He realized that he had to act more. Meanwhile, when he was in the house, the show again applied magic. And at the same moment he was clouded with clouds, and the lightning pierced the air. Lightning was aimed at a metal rod. The show finally was able to call lightning using magic and a stick. It turned out that if you create a giant of clouds, it is enough for a minute to saturate it with energy. The range of magic is about 100 meters. More this guy would not be able to reach. Going to the place of fall, the show immediately felt the sharp smell of ozone, from which he did not. The guy inadvertently wondered if it was dangerous to stay here. If the current is powerful enough, the show will be able to use it. It is only necessary to create a narrow space in the form of the letter T, and if it passes a strong stream of water, it will become quite feasible. While the guy was working on the creation of a T-shaped column, Ruminus approached him unexpectedly. The show noticed a girl who appeared on the threshold of his home. The maid told him that she had a great frightened thunder. That is why she came to check everything. The guy realized that the guilt was lying on him. He confessed to her that he had conducted his own experiments with magic. Then the guy and the girl went outside. It was to be his latest experiment. Romanian watched what was happening. The show explained, he wants to make lightning into the iron rods to melt them. After the explanation, the lightning launched the spell. Although he could create magic without words, he could not remain indifferent to the charming girl. His passion for spectacular tricks was given a sign. So with all his skill, caused a powerful lightning discharge. Rumen suddenly cried away with horror, shuddering her ears with her hands. Everything around it stunned. The guy approaching the iron lattice realized the idea worked. If he could order lightning, he would have to melt the metal at his own will. Soon, a crazy hail and angry Layla strictly ordered the boy not to let lightning inside the castle. The show could destroy their gate. From now on, the boy was strictly forbidden to conduct lightning experiments inside the castle walls. The show was sad because he could not conduct a quick magical experiment. It is because of this that his teacher settled in the forest. The guy intended to conduct a few experiments that he wanted to try for a long time, so he had to prepare well. The show made a special plate with a hole that gradually narrowed. The young man inserted copper into a plate that was forged in the shaped rod. Because copper is soft and easily stretched, it was possible to gradually reduce its diameter by pulling the wire through the hole. The show and no idea had that you could make such a thin, bizarre, twisted wire. However, this was quite enough for him. To give the wire flexibility, it is usually burned, but it used magic for this purpose. However, the true complexity was a coating that had to protect against short circuit. There was no vinyl in this world, so he wrapped the thing in paper, soaked in a mixture of nagas and oil. The show heard that paper packaging is better than vinyl, but he was not sure whether it was true. Wrapped the forged rod with thin skin, it gently twisted a copper wire. So he had a reel in his hands. The difference in the number of revolutions could be important, but it still remained an experiment. The next day, the guy accidentally came across Numi. The girl hid from him behind the shadow of the column. She wondered him about thunder. The show assured the girl that everything is under control. As the princess strictly forbade experiments in the castle, he went to the forest. Nima perceived it with understanding. She admittedly confessed that although the show and good, the girl still feels fear. However, the guy noted that the maid not only took care of the princess, but also protected her from dangers. The girl nodded, recognizing his rightness. Then, the guy gave an example of the situation. Imagine that suddenly struck lightning, and Numi needs to be urgently conveyed to the important news. Because the robbers that attack use the magic of lightning. If a girl is scared and escapes, he will lose his job. It was very upset by Numi. She did not like this prospect at all, but the girl was confused and did not know how to proceed. Then the show suggested that she watch the magic of lightning together. So gradually she will get used to everything. Numi, though timidly, still accepted his invitation. They definitely needed to find a fairly spacious place. It would be perfect if the river was still flowing nearby. She shouted behind the leading show in his whole voice, because she did not have time at his fierce pace. He explained that his incredible speed is a merit of magic. As soon as he puts the magic of weight relief, the body becomes easy, like a feather's. And only it managed to develop such a crazy speed without any magic. The fences were really striking in their abilities. In addition, they had to tie the coil to a wooden pillar, and then lift one end of the copper wire up, while the other is put into the ground to slow down its movement. The show instantly ordered the girl not to lift her head. After all, unlike ordinary magic that can be directed and fired at will, this magic imitates natural phenomena, so it is impossible to fully subordinate it. Honestly, it is unrealistic to predict where to hit exactly. If you be careless, magic can just impress them well, so you should stay away. Finally, magical lightning made itself known. The boys enthusiastically exclaimed that everything is already beginning. Lightning hit a pre-prepared coil. Him exploded with a crazy cry. The show exploded with a loud enthusiasm, rejoicing in the successful embodiment of their plan. Lightning seemed to be right on the verge of real. Their self-made coil suddenly began to flash and soon began the flames. The guys could not notice it, beginners. He screamed to the full breasts from the fright, pointing to the burning coil, and feverishly tried to make sure that the master of the show also saw this trouble. The master immediately rushed to flee, realizing the deadly danger of the situation. It is only necessary to make fire, and this place will turn into a real disaster. There were no means of curbing flames in this world. If the fire begins, the whole state collapses. The show noticed how the flame gradually covers the surrounding thickets. The guy lingered for a moment, thinking of applying the magic of cold, but quickly realized that it would not be enough. So he began to find another way to curb the fire feverishly. Suddenly he was thought of, what if you try to create a vacuum by completely blocking the access of oxygen? The spiral managed to extinguish, but there was still smoke from under it. The show exhaled with relief and noted that they almost set fire to the entire forest. Him with sadness confessed that she was still afraid of thunder. The master turned to her and assured a calm tone. Soon you will get used to. Although the flame had already gone out, the young man could not understand whether they managed to carry out their experiment. The show took out a vaginal sword and, carefully looking at the spiral metal, looked at his weapon. Without hesitation, he cleverly poured the metal from the spiral directly into the blade. The teacher exclaimed his success happily. It turned out that part of the coil turned into a magnet, and now it was attracted to the steel part of the sword. However, this magnetic power was not so powerful. In addition, the device resembled a set of 100 individual magnets. There was also an unpleasant feature. Magnetism disappeared almost instantly. The young man realized that steel was not suitable for creating a permanent magnet, and this conclusion was annoyed. The show thought and suddenly realized. Now he knows how to create magnets. It stood behind him, anxious for the boy, and hoping that everything would be fine with him. At the same time, she did not give her the idea that all this was a waste of power. The teacher turned and laughed, assuring that everything was fine. Like when they fail, they are getting closer to true success. Although the magnets did not work, the show realized, using magic and combining it with different elements, you can achieve considerable. And it was already a significant breakthrough. Of course, it is not as entertained as magic to be made aloud, and underestimate it, especially at the beginning, would be a big mistake. The girl told the boy that now, when everything is burned, you can return to the castle and have a quiet dinner. They moved together toward the castle, glad that they would soon be able to eat. In a moment, they reached the shops and slowly wandered between the shelves. The woman stretched Pico with a renovation, for which he thanked her with a smile. There is a regular compass in this world. He was also convinced that somewhere here you could find a natural stone for this device. But it would be true. Even royal funds do not guarantee an easy result. If the show has a cobalt or neodymium, it will be able to create an extremely powerful magnet. However, he had no idea where to get these metals and how to clean them. However, iron and platinum alloys remain. In the last world, the show has been looking for this information on the internet. Then he learned that before the invention of neodymium magnets, inexpensive audio engineering used platinum alloys to create powerful magnets. The young man wondered about platinum, remembering that there were gold, silver, and copper in their world. However, the show did not even know about the existence of platinum, and before this word never happened to him. I hope that he will still be lucky to find out about her. In the end, having magnets and coils, it easily makes the engine. And having collected the engine, it is no longer difficult to get a generator. If you connect to the generator, you can even cook metal with an electric arc. However, now it is no longer like zipper welding. He is looking forward to this, because controlled welding will allow to expand the range of actions and objects. What can no longer wait for this moment? Suddenly shouts were rushed from the lane. Someone was begging to take him away from a stranger. The show could not squeeze where this Homer rose, and even thought there was a fight. In the narrow lane were 3 men and a girl who was loudly intimidated and declared that she was ending. The girl grabbed the sword. Her appearance was quite unusual. 2 fluffy tails flashed on her head, and gloves shone on her hands. The show immediately recognized in her the personal guard of Her Majesty. 3 men began to offend the girl, pouring insults into her address. The show, who watched the scene, could not understand where they had so much cruelty to her. One of the burst threw the caustic. If she was just silent, no one would be injured. At that moment, the show thought that it was probably a little thing before her. More precisely, Her Highness with an integral security. And the guy was clearly lost, not knowing how to be on. The man in the raincoat swore on a girl, called her a royal servant, and sincerely wished her to disappear from his eyes. But the girl was silent. She only squeezed her sword. But what happened a few weeks ago? The queen turned to Mizuki, officially presenting it during the event. More precisely, introduced the creator of new crews. The girl also called her name to the boy, and he asked in Mizuki what impressions she got from a trip in a carriage. The girl confessed that she liked everything. Usually, after long trips in the carriage, she feels exhausted. But this is so comfortable that it is not even difficult for her to do it just on the road. Mizuki was convinced that everyone would certainly want to have such a thing. However, the show noted that the carriage has one drawback. It jumps strongly when it moves uneven road. He dreams of using softer material for wheels, but he cannot find it yet. After all, his idea is to create a carriage that the horse does not pull. The queen was extremely impressed with this intention. A carriage without a horse seemed to her something incredible for her. Her Majesty exploded with laughter and noted what a real master means. If you can create a similar sample, it is quite realistic to sell it. It will also bring profit. The show, a little shot, agreed. Mizuki stopped for a moment and looked at Her Majesty and leading show, because she noticed how well they find common ground. The queen laughed, confidently stating that her assumption was true, because he was her main advisor. The show decided to contact Miss Mizuki, as both worked on a common cause. He suggested that she would want to share her impressions of the trip, and the girl readily agreed to the conversation. They walked slowly with a long corridor. The young man suddenly guessed. Before him, a representative of the great Empire Komodo. The girl did not deny, quickly confirmed his opinion, and immediately began to tell her story. The great Empire Komodes is a powerful state that extends east of the far border. If the distant border lies in the west, then, no doubt, the empire is located in the east. Shah himself did not fully realize why he left his homeland. Mitsuki was confused, trying to find the words to explain it to her. The young man realized that his behavior was impolite, and recognizing the mistake, asked for an apology. Yet they had just met. Mitsuki reassured him, assuring that they had already had to meet earlier. She followed Her Highness while traveling to Rubia. This discovery was a lot of stunning show. He looked away from surprise. He made noticeably shot. His cheeks were lit by a blush, and his voice wandered when he reinforced Mrs. Mizui. He hoped that she would not be offended if he holds his eyes on the swords attached to her belt. Because of his strange likeness, he was incredibly interesting. Juki replied that he could undoubtedly see. However, he immediately warned, "It is not some sacred sword or something like that." And now the blade came together with another sword. And this picture was so struck by the show that he involuntarily spread his mouth with surprise. The girl turned out to be much stronger than her attacker, who was barely holding on his feet, exhausted all her strength. The guy, holding his breath, did not look out of their eyes, still stunning his mouth. However, he broke his head over how to help her. After all, no matter how talented the sword is, Mizuki will not cope with 3 opponents immediately. And suddenly, the lightning blade was in the air. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Her anxiety was not coincidental. Blood droplets were staged on the stone slabs of the street as if she had been injured. The show could not stand, watching this spectacle, and finally shouted the name of the girl, warning her that the danger was sneaking behind. The guy suddenly had a ball that twisted and blinded 3 men. Those, blinded by a bright glow, rushed to cover their eyes, trying to hide from the dazzling light. The show was angry, radiating a bright glow. Mizuki finally paid attention to him. But men also noticed him. Picture. They remembered that this guy was a scientist. One of the bearded men shouted to his own so that they would be running away. The shows and Mizuki were silently watched as they are removed without drawing a close look. The young man stood, covered with cold sweat. He managed to deceive them with the help of the magic of the compression of the air, but he had no strength to fight further. After thinking for a while, he finally mastered himself and sat down near Mrs. Mitsuka to make sure that everything was fine. The girl was injured in her shoulder. She clung to him, trying to stop the bleeding. The show exclaimed, paying attention to the fact that blood flows from her wound. He was instantly illuminated. Measures should be taken immediately to stop the attacker. They leaned against the wall, and the show put her bandage, putting a thin twig under the bandage. He was able to quickly provide first aid. The guy picked up his little in his hands and exclaimed that he had to return to the castle immediately. There the owner will certainly find some healing spells. And here they already got the house of the owner. Mitsuki lay on the mattress, pale and sluggish. She was bad. However, the doctor categorically refused to assist. Shodan quickly understood the cause, and immediately began to ask Stella for help. Unfortunately, the owner came out to collect herbs, so now no one to turn to. And what about working? The girl said she was not working as a doctor here. The guy had no idea how to convince the steel, so he asked her to help, because if they did nothing for Mitsuki, the girl will just disappear from their life. The show was already begging for her, almost crying. In response, Stella looked at him silently, and then made her demands. She wanted the show to agree with her for the night, and only then did she promise to think. The guy nodded in agreement, assuring that he would fulfill any request. Stella thought that he decided to satisfy her with such a forced promise that it was enough for her. But she also has her feminine dignity. The show began to apologize, being ready for the worst. Stella only smiled, and then hurried to the wounded Mitsuki. Sitting next to the girl, the healer quietly began to read the spell to restore her strength. Mizuki's wound began to be tightened instantly and disappeared in a few minutes without a trace. Waking up, the girl immediately began to apologize to Lady Stella for the hassle. She reported that the bleeding subsided, but any careless movement could provoke it again. At the farewell, Stella quit that she was indifferent to what would happen to the inhabitants of the empire. Mitsuki tried excitedly to stop the girl, but the show could not hurt where so much anger to them, whether there was some reason. The show honestly hoped that everything would be fine with her. The girl nodded as a sign of consent and thanked him for the salvation. The guy assured that he did not really do anything special. He is just nearby if she has difficulty ready to support at any time. Mizuki was silent for a few seconds, and then said quietly that he was undoubtedly a good man. The show cleared the apple from the peel, thinking that he was watching the healing magic of Stella for the first time. After all, as she began to spell, the wounds were instantly dragged directly in her eyes. The young man plunged into his own thoughts that he did not realize how he began to clean the apple. Only when he accidentally cut his finger, exclaimed from the surprise. Thinking, he became interested. Will his magic help him heal the wound? The show put his finger with a small scratch on his lips and wondered. The human body is in fact a solid laboratory of chemical reactions. Can you not apply the magic that accelerates these reactions, or whether to use the magic which is commonly used to accelerate the growth of plants? The monsters almost do not attack, but despite this, in any world it is the most difficult people to bring to life, especially now, when any uncleanness can be attacking by surprise. But at least the show seeks to master at least elementary spells of attack and healing, to be able to protect yourself. The guy removed his finger from his mouth, lifted his knife closer to himself, and ran him again. Suddenly, bloody drops began to fall on the table, behind which he had just cleaned apples. At first glance, it may seem that he is crazy, but he probably takes care of the true spirit of science. First of all, it is going to use magic that accelerates growth to stimulate skin recovery and tighten the wound. The young man looked at his finger and wrinkled annoyedly, because he realized that he would not last so long. The wound was even more degraded, and the blood now flowed much more than before. And then it was necessary to apply magic to accelerate chemical reactions. He thought that the recovery of the skin at the cellular level is, in fact, a chain of chemical processes, so he decided to act that. However, this attempt also ended in failure. As it turned out, everything is much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Then he dared to apply the magic of double activation. At the same time, accelerated both the growth and the reaction of the body. The wound gradually began to tighten. However, double activation of magic requires incredible focus. This can be compared to a situation where you have a few conversations at the same time, but you have to keep a close eye on every topic without losing any detail. But no matter how much he tried, blood was still tireless from the wound. It gradually began to annoy him. Stressing to the limit, he resorted to magic. Drops of sweat from excessive effort came on the forehead. Finally, the wound was completely tightened, leaving behind only a thin strip and a tiny drop of blood flowing from a once huge incision. The show did not restrain joy and shouted loudly about his triumph. He leaned on the back of the chair and exhaled loudly. He plunged into a job that he forgot to breathe. However, nevertheless, he still breathed into full breaths. The show has a magical power of his mind. If he continues to solve the secrets of this magic, his ability will increase incredibly. Considering, the magic of spells is reminiscent of a program that starts several spells at once and skillfully combines them with each other. However, he never understood at what point this system ceases to be renewable. After all, if you put the magic on a piece of meat, it will not return to the cow, will not multiply, will not give the harvest, and will not rot. Magic is only capable of healing wounds, but it does not create a miracle. Only borrows vitality in advance to speed up recovery. The show made sure that the flesh did not recover, because there was no vital energy that could be used. At the same time, his gaze slid on the newly fried steak. This means that when the heart stops to fight, the blood stops its flow, and oxygen stops flowing. Then at a moment when the energy of the cell is finally exhausted, it is no longer able to recover. Animals are not able to recover quickly, but plants are surprisingly stubborn. Even crushed, they still give new sprouts. And vegetables, it is only necessary to forget some fruit in the refrigerator, as it immediately releases sprouts. The guy was eating the steak when it was illuminated. Some plants find out to preserve the best taste properties and quality. Suddenly, he rushed from the chair, rested with his hands on the table, and then quickly moved to his greenhouse to look at his favorite flowers. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on one amazing flower. It was a vanilla orchid that was among others. The show received seedlings from the master and grew out of them vanilla. Once he learned that orchids are often propagated by cloning, and thought, if you use magic for increased tissue growth, he may also be able to reproduce these plants in this way. The young man realized he should still try. He chose the leaf, gently separated it from the branch and cut it into small pieces. It is necessary to carefully cut the leaf and place it in a sterile container of water. Next, you should call for magic, awakening the ability of leaf tissues to multiply. The leaves are laid out in water so that there are equal intervals between them. Over some time, cells of the growing leaf can unite and turn into a whitish mass. Fresh sprouts began to appear from the leaf. Suddenly, new, Large leaves have grown. The young man exclaimed with delight. He recovered, so now he will be able to reproduce and clone any valuable plants, receiving as many vanilla pods as he wants. And at that moment, like a real villain, he laughed in his voice, enjoying his victory. He laughed so loud and long that he eventually lost consciousness simply from laughter, and fell without resting on his feet. It was obvious that he had overdone a little using magic. He took a while, and he sat at home again, looking carefully at some detail. Suddenly he was approached. She was. He turned in surprise in her direction without expecting to meet her here. The girl realized that he was creating something incredible again. The show cast her gaze on her and, smiling, waved. They say, he just thought about all sorts of nonsense. He wondered what happened and suggested that something good happened. She turned to Mr. Show again, hoping that he would agree to visit the onion. But the man could not understand what the Copan was talking about and what role he should play there. The girl said that this place was surprisingly cozy and imbued with joy, and pleasant scents were pouring in the air. Sean and it slowly walked the narrow street of their town, almost not noticing the passers. By silence and desertion prevailed around. The guy turned to her, trying to understand what she was talking about, where everything is so soft and a seductive aroma. She told her that her mom opened the store. The guy was a little surprised to hear and decided to ask more about this store. They came to the house, and it explained that this is where the store was located. The eatery Beasts on Cognon Copan. A loud call to the door announced the appearance of new guests. The facility has already gathered a lot of the company. Visitors were vividly discussing something at the tables and enjoying drinks. It noted that all visitors were werewolves and expressed his hope that it would not create any problems because the show did not belong to their appearance. The girl returned to Mr. Show and added with a smile that everyone was happy about his arrival. The mother of Nini, called the Nini, warmly greeted him, rejoicing in this meeting. After all, she heard about him for a long time. He himself admired that he was a first-class scientist. She also stated that he was his mother. The young man introduced himself and explained that he was only studying from the master, because he has not yet received the appropriate certificate. The guy heard that a true recognized master can only become after entering the Imperial University and receiving an official certificate. However, it is hardly concerned, because it will change little for him. He will continue his business in one way, with or without a certificate. Visitors of the establishment were suddenly noticed. Next to them stands the show, or rather, a real master. The guy heard surprised exclamations and did not realize why everyone suddenly jokes and looked with such curiosity. Mimi stretched a plate with food, smiling fun. Try our branded dish, soup with meatballs. The guy immediately drew the spoon, tasted and exclaimed that the dish was delicious and the broth was just wonderful. The girl explained that the fish from which the broth is cooked is stewed with the dish without removing it. And to get rid of specific smell, add a variety of spices. Thanks to this, the meat has a more expressive taste and gets special saturation. She told him that she shared with her mother the story of the soup, which was prepared for them by the leading show. The guy immediately guessed that the dish was specially cooked with the tastes of animals. She laughed at his words and assured that the soup was incredibly delicious. Someone touched the guy by the shoulder and he returned to Mr. Show. Suddenly, a whole pack of cat girls appeared around the guy. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He believed that these girls belonged to the same kind as he. One of them confirmed it, and the other confessed that she wanted to be closer to the winner of the show. The guy began to suspect that both of them were indifferent to scientists. However, it seemed to him that the true cause lies in a completely different one. The blonded cat girl shared rumors. The city was spreading conversations, like the master's owner is a real demon. The guy could not understand where such fables came from. The girls added that he was a real master and creator of the legendary spider chocolate. The show tried to mention the story with spider's chocolate. After one case, it was successfully made and sell to them, masking under the tonic and a food supplement to restore the body during and after the disease. But the merchant whispered in a whisper about another property. For example, one of the traders assured that in fact this tool has a different effect. They say, with it all, women will fall to your feet themselves. Oddly enough, this vulgar advertising move caused a real excitement and praise feedback about the product. And yet, the Kiki of China recalled that it mentioned the kindness of the leading show, and the hostess of the show herself invented the pump. Since then, she uses it daily, and now her affairs have become much lighter. The young man was happy about such news. Once he served with his master, he had to swing water from the old well. which was a real test. The girl continued to repeat this, although she did not understand. Which is why the water seeps from the pump. The other also agreed, noting that it was really strange. The girl decided to turn to the owner of the performance, hoping to find out what he would surprise her this time. Here in the conversation unexpectedly intervened with him and shared a mystery. It turns out that the owner of the troupe thought about the creation of a cart, which will not need horses. However, it is still his secret project. The girls wondered how a carriage could move without a horse. They even suggested that she may travel with some magic. The guy denied, explaining that there was no witchcraft here, only ordinary logic. The girl was a little squeezed with surprise, but he immediately confirmed his words. He decided to give an example and, holding a toy in his hands, showed it to everyone. The Kushivchati looked at him in surprise. It was unclear that it was for a thing. However, the presenter insisted. Everyone wanted to see the toy closer. It was a toy machine with a cut wheel. It accumulates kinetic energy in this heavy jumping wheel, so it is only necessary to release your hand. The toy rushes further. This machine accumulates energy in the palms. But it seems that something else serves for the engine. And unlike the usual car with 4 wheels, this, only 2. I was wondering how she would go. Then he launched her on the floor. He released his hand and explained that the device was moving on its own. The invention immediately rolled the floor, attracting the fascinated looks of the girls. The Kushivchak immediately rushed to the printing machine, which was surprised by the guy. They began to turn the whole room upside down, jump under the tables and rolled around. Taste, their fierce raves had a simple explanation. The girls tried to catch the machine that fussed the room, like a real little car. The show reached out to the girls, trying to calm their passion. At this point, Nina came out of the corridor. She was worried about what was happening, and she sought to understand the situation. The cat froze for a moment, feeling awkward, and made a matter of their bodies on their own. Nina replied to it. That's why you do nothing. The show and no idea did she talk about. She noted that it would be difficult for them to fulfill their duties if they are constantly rushing at people. And if during the duty suddenly a rat jumps out of the corner and distracts their attention, then they may not be avoided by the next blow. Suddenly something will come to mind, and she will add, "By the way, I did not attack me, she just waved his tail a little." Nina confessed that she was the merit of her persistent training, and proudly praised herself for the result. Subsequently, they walked next to him between the shops, and he thought if he would also buy him a little spice. Going to the cellar, he noted that the assortment in this bench was just surprisingly interesting. The merchant returned to the buyer. After all, I was convinced that he was thinking about this case and wanted to see it. In addition, he mentioned that he has rare ores. He then gave him a stone, and noted that although it seemed like a regular pebble, only that thought was in the show. But all otherwise, if you bring the ore too close to the blade, it happens unexpected. It immediately stuck to the sword. At that moment, the show noticed that it was a natural magnet, and immediately became interested, because such a rarity is not worth even 1 gold. And then he stated that he was going to buy it. The merchant was stunned by such a rapid determination and asked to wait, because he could not believe that he was really buying this thing. The show thought that she was not actually for sale once he decided to buy it. The merchant apologized, they say, and did not hope that someone would agree at all to put such a bunch of money for this product. However, the stranger added that he wants to buy something else. Among the various goods, the guy pointed his finger on the dried mucous membrane. On the plate, it was stated that it was a delicacy from the hinterland. It was surprised to lift the eyebrows with such selectivity, but the guy had already reached the cellar. The boys have already managed to visit the workshop where the show took place. She decided to contact the master, because she repeatedly bought different things here. Meanwhile, the young man, who was smashing the bag, looked at her in surprise. He remembered that he wanted to cook one dish for a long time. When everything was at hand, he suggested that he boil for dinner. The girl gladly accepted his idea. On the table lay a bunch of parts similar to the gear. When the guy turned, he noticed that he was already sleeping firmly on the bed. Not wanting to disturb her peace, he simply continued to master further. And finally the guy exclaimed loudly that everything was already prepared. He got a drevko for whipping, more precisely, a hand mixer. The principle of operation is the same as that of a large toy machine. It is only necessary to twist the pen to accumulate energy in the flywheel. Thanks to the inertia of the flywheel, the whisk continues to rotate even after you release the handle. She opened her eyes, embarrassed and not understanding what she was doing. Show, noticing she woke up, explained that she was knocking down egg whites to prepare meringue. For the girl, this word was a complete novelty. She had no idea what meringue was. The girl watched in amazement how this thing instantly turned into an air and gentle mass. It was white, loose, and delicious. The young man suggested to make the same one more. On the table stood cream, removed from milk after centrifugation. They can be easily beaten with a regular hand mixer. The girl turned to the master of the show, confusedly trying to find out what is so special about this mucous membrane. After all, as far as she was known, such mucus is usually poisonous. The guy explained that only organs pose a danger, and the transparent part does not contain poison. She really resembled a jellyfish, and if you dip it into hot water again and then let it cool down, it will harden, turning into a dense jelly similar to carger. If you beat the fetus from the mucus, mix it with cream and syrup, and then add the aroma of a real vanilla pod, then the semi-tasted mucus will look like a frozen natto. They also decided to emphasize the taste of this dish with such an unusual application. The mixed mixture into a bowl and leave to cool. Here's a ready-made snack, mousse made from natto. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the door. These were Stella and Rubia. The medicine has asked the show to treat it with something sweet. The man immediately reported that the order is almost ready, so you can pick up. He was wondering if visitors had received this place for the cafe. Three girls immediately began to taste a new dish, although they could not squeeze what it was for food. It was a real taste, a cool, gentle dessert with a loose, almost weightless texture, which was successfully complemented by krumka skorinka. The show said that this dish was called mousse, but he was not in a hurry to call it and, thinking, fell silent. Then he confessed that the main ingredient was mucus. The girls were already caught by such an unexpected secret. They could not understand whether they were talking about the same mucus. Unfortunately, the guy never met her live. Stella told her that she had been served because she was considered a delicacy, although she was not so refined. The show joked that I was glad, because they liked Stella. Rubio froze from shock without even trying to move. Stella called it a negative reaction. The girl seems to have forgotten how to breathe, although there was still a serving of musa on her spoon. Stella noted that Rubia is a little biased in food issues and has a certain stereotype on this. The show laughed awkward and confirmed, that's exactly how it is. After all, when it comes into some unusual fish, a rare vegetable, or a refined dish, every time she thinks, can it taste it? However, the show would like them to take an example from the Japanese who are not afraid to taste all kinds of dishes from all over the world. Stella could not understand that it was a fragrance, because it did not resemble mucus at all. Only later did it come to it. It is the smell of vanilla pod. The guy at the same time explained that it was a perfume with notes of orchid. The girl remembered that she usually uses it as incense. The show instantly turned to Mrs. Stella with an unexpected idea. He suggested to create a perfume from him. But she wondered without hiding her surprise. He advised to dissolve perfumes in special alcohol and pour the resulting mixture into a small bottle. Then the aroma will always be close, and it can be enjoyed at any time. Stella immediately hugged him by her neck, trying to kiss how suddenly Rubolia woke up and returned to the show. It surprised him greatly, so he turned to her, joyful and grateful that she was alive. The guy reacts approvingly. The queen, putting her hand to the chin, thoughtfully says that this truth gives a true horror. The young man immediately guessed that this was the perfume of Stella. He heard that they liked her. The insidious queen confirmed this, but the show immediately specified that she took care of the aromas for its highness. The girl carefully put a strand of hair on her shoulder, hoping that he feels his gentle and seductive aroma. Her expectations came true. Smiling, the guy noted that the incense is pleasant, kindly addressing her. Your Highness. She allowed him to turn to herself, just Lila. The guy starred and replied that he could not immediately call her by name. Noticing that someone was watching her, Lila understood it and inflated the cheeks, whether it is excitement, or maybe with a slight image. The show was perfectly understood by her emotions, because he himself often felt removed, especially when they turned to him as a master or a real master. Therefore, staying with her alone, he decided to call her just a light. He wanted to make sure that everything was satisfied. Lila immediately assured that everything was fine, and agreed. Here, the show suddenly remembered something and turned to Lila. She never understood what she was talking about. He was also courteous to find out how these candies are sold. More precisely, how popular they are among buyers. The girl replied that yes, they were disassembled. In the market, every spider chocolate bell, cob, is valued in 2 gold coins. It is rumored that large merchants, as well as noble persons, and even the royal families themselves, sweep these delicacies from the shelves, like hot pies. Despite the silence of others, they say that some people even disappeared after they obediened these chocolate treats. The guy repeated this story once more. He doubted that everything was as safe as Lila assured. And he was not resting the strange behavior of the local. All the elders and the wicked, whom he sought to erase from the face of the earth, have long been to hell. This is what he sought all this time. The show nodded shyly, recognizing. He had no idea that the consequences would be the same. Lila excused enthusiastically what he was wonderful, and, laughing happily, jumping in his arms. The guy mentally noted that the girl has a pleasant appearance, but it does not prevent her from solving the most inherent things without fear. Its political agility generally went beyond the imagination. The show felt on his forehead constantly rolling drops of sweat. For several months the show has been going on in another world. During this time, he managed to learn a lot. Civilization has existed here in its present form for over 1,000 years. If you imagine that the civilization of this world is in a stage similar to the Edo period, it is possible that in less than a century it would be able to reach the level of modern Japan. One of the reasons can be magic. Her convenience has become an obstacle for scientific progress. Why invent something new if all needs already solve witchcraft? It is surprising that even matches here do not exist for lighting fire, not to mention electricity. Some magical stones charged with magic energy flash when struck. However, because of their high cost, not everyone can afford such things. That is why ordinary people who do not have magical skills are often not easy to even ignite a candle. The show suggested that he would be able to make a simple generator from a natural magnet, who recently purchased from a traveler. But the power is enough only to, say, light a light bulb in his world. This is not enough to recharge the phone. The guy began to reflect on creating a light bulb. In this world, the glass exists, but it is not suitable for this purpose. It is too turbid because of a large number of impurities. So he realized that he should take care of the desired glass on his own. The show went in search of the necessary materials. Quartz, which is the basis for the manufacture of glass, occurs in large numbers on riverbanks. It will not be easy to create a glass that was familiar in our world, because it is difficult to get the right chemicals here. He believes that wood ash was used to make some old crystal glasses, and yet, lead. The show learned that the more lead in the glass, the more transparent it is. He suggested that the scintillator for a powerful detector could well be glass. And if it is a lead glass, he had to know where to look for in the castle material. In his house, the tension was him. The show again settled at the table, fully sinking into work on new creation. There was a glass of glass on the table, carved by him from a large piece of quartz. And now he will need ashes. This requires a lot of firewood. It is necessary to melt them in a large boiler, filled with water, which is heated with magic until the liquid is saturated. It is necessary to pour this sedimentary fluid to accelerate the reaction with magic and get white powder. This will be potassium. But what amazing! You will potter. Although its name was no longer important, quartz had to be crushed, so it would dissolve faster. He also replaced his old wooden mortar and metal pestle, so you can now grind wheat automatically using the water wheel power. In exploring this question, he found out. Quartz can be crushed into small pieces by alternating heating and cooling with magic. This case convinced him again. It all depends on how to use magic. Its possibilities are much wider than it seems at first glance. In particular, it is able to increase productivity. You need to put quartz, turtles, and lead in the crucible, and then place it all in the stove. The first would have to melt lead, while quartz remained whole. It seemed that it would not change at all, because the melting point of the glass was very high, and as it should be expected, the ordinary blacksmith's mountain is clearly not enough. So it enhanced the effect of charming heating. To reach the highest temperature, you can make molecules move faster, accelerating their vibrations. Quartz is gradually melting, and it illuminates the bright orange glow. As soon as the material is melted, the hot mass is carefully poured on the steel plate, and you will have to crush and stretch it with the help of magic weight gain. This is the reverse side of witchcraft to reduce weight. After that, the metal gradually cooled. Suddenly, the guy was alarmed. He noticed that some of the lead was still remained. The show realized the material was not completely melted. After several attempts, he finally understands the essence. Only the solder that turned yellow from the heat is well melted, so it is enough to warm up only the starting part. Only the one that has become yellow will be selected. The show launched again. He carefully began to drain the liquid from the glass. The young man carefully considered everything that happened, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Because he did. Now he has a transparent glass in his hands. It has a little impurity, and the surface is not quite flat, but in general it is quite good material. He thought that it can be used to make window glass, or even elementary utensils. Usually the glass is cold and hardening quickly, so it is necessary to work with it almost instantly. However, thanks to magic, it will be able to keep the optimum temperature and not rush to form the product. The glass has many appointments, so having a separate stove would be a real find. In addition, the opportunity to create something unique always captures. It was mentioned that the next he would need a light bulb, so he decided to try himself in the art of glassware. For blowing, he uses a combination of iron, bamboo, and castor oil. The master immerses the mixture for glass in the oven, carefully rotates the bamboo stick and blows directly into the center of the tube, inhaling the glass mass of life. He spent several days in the workshop, working on the manufacture of glass. The bulb that she had not yet finished began to melt, and the show realized how difficult it was. He tried to find the right way to blow, reflecting the process, as if it were a task for assembly and subtraction. The man again began to blow the glass through the tube, trying to create a light bulb. Meanwhile, the sun was already hiding behind the horizon. Within a few days he worked hard to make glass. Stella and Rubia were only surprised to watch, not understanding what he conceived. Stella looked at her own reflection, and it seemed strange to her. Instead of a familiar face, she looked at her elf. Ruby, however, turned her gaze to the performance, not realizing that it was the strange panels in front of them. At the same time, she paid attention to those glasses. They resembled some invisible armor. The show went beyond the horn and saw the master and Mrs. Stella himself. He immediately began to say that he had improved the glass a little. He also explained that this mirror was made of glass. It can see your own reflection to the smallest details. Stella was amazed to the heart, stunned by seeing her own image. The show noted that they arrived in a timely manner, because he was about to discuss one important business with them. The young man stretched the rolled wire and was already going to explain that it was copper, but Rubia himself immediately guessed his purpose. The guy confirmed it and decided to stick a thin film. Before that, he tried to wrap the item with paper, but he turned out to be too rough. Power over Ruby can take advantage of Nichava. In the end, if the line drawn by Nichava, it immediately peel off. And then Stella expressed the idea that it is possible to try insect wax. It could work even better. The show asked again, but Rubia has already realized that it could be the right decision, so she ordered him to prepare. They went to the forest after. The man did not expect them to go right now, but the man understood everything, because the mentor was also a real scientist. Rubia insisted that it was impossible to delay. It was necessary to hurry. Insect wax in this world is no different from what he knew before. When the copper wire was passed through the molten wax, a beautiful protective film was immediately formed on the surface. And thanks to the master and Mrs. Stella Lee, he also received a comfortable coil. And the whole problem was in the wire. It was not possible to get the tungsten, which was usually used for this purpose. And for the manufacture of carbon thread, a thoroughly treated bamboo was taken, and then it was subjected to special processing of steam. In the first incandescent lamps known as Edison's lamps, the incandescent thread was made from bamboo. Stella thought it was a vacuum magic. The guy agreed, but the girl insisted on finding out what he did. The guy assured that it was a lamp. The girls did not take his faith. He explained that the copper wire wrapped around is called a coil, and if you draw a natural magnet through this coil, the lamp flashes with light. He lifted the magnet to the coil, and the lamp shone. Everything happened exactly as he promised. Rubio was surprised to watch Stella literally glowing. She could not understand as possible, but the guy explained. When a magnet is placed inside the coil, there is a force similar to electric magic, and the light flashes. Ruby realized that it is not a spell at all, but something else. The young man confirmed it and added that this theory is accessible to everyone, and if you combine it with a water wheel or wind, you will be able to create a device that will work continuously. Then, even the lamps will shine even brighter. However, as Stella noted, there was one problem in this idea. It is uncomfortable when the wrapping darkness suddenly dispels, as if the light of the day came. The show, red to the ears, turned away to Mrs. Stella and pleaded not to put him in an uncomfortable position. While he tried to get rid of the annoying girl, his hand affected the magnets, and they fell from the board. Some stone of an unusual pentodal shape fell simply on a tile with a lamp. The show could not believe her eyes. The light was lit, although there was no magnet on the coil. He noticed that it was only necessary to bring a magic stone to a spiral as the light bulb begins to glow. It turned out that electromagnetic induction occurs inside the stone. The show was delighted with such a wonderful find. It was similar miracles, and did this other world for him truly exciting. Rubio was amazed at the unusual beauty of the light that gave the light bulb. At the same time, Stella wondered if this energy was related to electric discharge. Sean also had his thoughts on this. He had heard that magical stones were able to accumulate and give sorcery. However, he did not think that the magic stone was able to produce electricity, and to get a current from a regular magnet, it must be constantly moved inside the coil. But the magic stone creates a magnetic field simply because of its presence nearby. The show addressed the master, assuming that magic stones over time lose their properties through constant use. However, the girl denied surprise, claiming that for the first time she heard about this. He was struck by the truth of this discovery. Absolutely pure, without the slightest pollution, inexhaustible energy. If he invented the same in his world, he would have long been awarded the Nobel Prize. Shah was already in the castle, talking to Layla about his new invention. The queen gladly met the guest within her kingdom, and her eyes glowed with curiosity. She was eagerly waiting what this time this tireless master would surprise. But the young man spoke seriously, and returning to the girl, addressed her. "Your Highness, but the thing can be sold." And now they were stepping on the dungeons. Layla had no idea why they were in this place. The show asked the girl to keep the item stronger. The girl squeezed a mysterious thing in her palms, not understanding what it was. Then he said that it was time to put a magic stone in place. The girl was already holding an object similar to a lantern, which rejected the dull light on the basement. It was terribly captured. It seemed to her that the lantern was working on the magic. The show denied it hotly, assuring that everything, nothing more than a deception, skillfully disguised as logic. A polished copper plate is inserted inside the bamboo tube, at the end of which a tin reflector is fixed. Next, place a coil connected to the light bulb in the tube. All you have to do is put a magic stone inside, and an electric current appears. The girl illuminated her face with a new light, passionately noting that now she would no longer have to suffer with a candle ignition. The show jokingly added that this thing would come in handy if she wanted to rest in the middle of the night. The queen immediately announced that the novelty should be on sale, and ordered to start mass production as soon as possible. The guy replied that he would be pleased with the business, but he would need something. The girl was curious about what he would ask. To create this luminous part, he will need a crystal glass and magic to form vacuum. And for the manufacture of glass requires significant reserves of fuel. He is still looking for a way to organize mass production, so he will have to wait a little. The girl, glowing with delight and joy, said with confidence that she was completely resting on him. So, the show was strolling in the city when one woman was friendly to greet him, saying, "Mr. Scientist?" In response, he noted that today there is really great weather. On the way, he came across a man who recognized the master and chose shopping. After a brief conversation, this was confirmed, and then the stranger said enthusiastically, "The latest and best swords can be found here." The man looked at his sword and noted that he was forging him on his own. He gathered this blade from the wreckage purchased the day before. Although the man considered himself a master of his business, he confessed that he was not all-handed. After all, no matter how cool such weapons can be created, only gnomes. The merchant grateful to visit him from time to time. The show laughed and promised to visit again. He was glad that the weather seemed surprisingly good. The young man was shaking and walking down the street with a quiet walk. After passing a few lanes, he plunged into a worrying silence. He did not leave a strange feeling that something was wrong here, and the obsessive anxiety began to turn somewhere in the depths of his soul. He could not comprehend that the hell was happening, because he felt someone's shadow behind his back. Suddenly, he was understood. He was persecuted. Not these are those bandits who decide to take revenge on the past? He was confused, having no idea how to proceed. The show realized that they were watching him. The same people who attacked the little Mizuki watch their every movement. However, this time they are unlikely to be able to get it suddenly. He knows the time-tested tricks on how to avoid persecution. The young man rushed and disappeared instantly after the turn, preparing to see how the pursuer would finally lose the mask and show his real face. But unexpectedly, the girl broke through his legs and hurt on her back. The show was surprised to realize that a baby was in front of him. They froze for a moment, looking silently at each other. Suddenly, the girl's eyes were filled with tears. She broke so loudly that she caught the general attention. The young man began to persuade her feverishly, hastily justified, because he noticed that they were turned on by the views of passers-by. The show, with a slight excitement, went to pockets in search of something, and eventually came across a candy. Having extended her girl, he promised to give her something delicious. The girl noted that Maria warned, "It is impossible to accept things from strangers." He realized that it was in his world. He would not reflect on the police. The show thought that the girl did not recognize him, because he was the main scientist from the castle. But she confidently replied that he knew who he was, the owner of the play. The man exhaled lightly, realizing that she really recognizes him. If she knows who he is, then he is no longer a stranger. And he always treats his friends with some treats. The girl was silent, and suddenly sparks flashed in her eyes. She reached out and took the candy. She was delighted with taste, and the guy proudly confessed that he had prepared these fruit sweets on his own. She does the right thing, seeking not to take anything else. She does not want to be stolen and sold somewhere. In addition, she was aware of this earlier. Maria warned her of such danger. But suddenly, someone noticed that she was hiding something. The guy strictly noted that it was not necessary to take anything from strangers. The girl, without delay, stated that it was the owner of the performance, a true master of her business, and she knows him, so he can take everything he pleases. From the crowd, there was an indignant exclamation that it was dishonest. The guy with cat ears also assured that he recognized him, while at the same time teasing the old. He added that although his sister, he still manages to mislead, but such a room will not work with me. The show smiled silently. It seemed to him even sweet. Since she works in the castle, the show was surprised to learn that the feast was serving there. Suddenly it came to him that it was about him, and he realized that she was her brother. That is why his brother asked him not to turn with him as a cat. He wanted to convey that she boasted of her sweet brother, but he once again asked not to call him a sweetheart. He is the future head of the family, and when he grows up, he will definitely make a lot of money to make his mother's life and sister. In the soul of the show, he cursed sincere delight, considering this moment wonderful. In addition, he decided to entertain him with something sweet. Other children immediately assured that Maria was helping daily. The guy quickly agreed. All right, each of them will get one by one. He was wondering if they staged a sneaking closer game, trying to approach people as invisible as possible. And it is good that he was in this place. Imagine if he had his mentor here instead. Or worse, their elf. He wondered if they knew something about his mentor. The children replied that she was a witch. Without wasting time, I asked about the Elfian, and again heard the simultaneous answer. She is a destroyer. The guy assured that it was definitely about her. This elfish is still a danger, and predict that she is in mind is a real mystery. One of the guys noted that if a real master sees this show, then be sure to turn him into a true magical performance. The girl joked that she was able to even turn into a real monster. The show laughed and noted that there was no smoke without fire. Maybe something like that happened. In any case, if they continue to joke, Dad with his mother will be upset. Children, impressed, sat silently on stone slabs and only cast their surprised looks at each other. It turned out that they had neither father nor mother. The show was surprised, although he had already heard that there was a repository here. A woman named Maria and approximately 20 children live in that place. The show confessed that he did not like their risky fun, but promised to teach them something else. His proposal was very interested in the baby. The show sat down and a piece of wood began to sharpen, and later he was already made by a helicopter. Moreover, he began to make toys for them, complex and weird walkers, and still made a slingshot. He tirelessly surprised the children with their own hand, adjusting to their hobbies and desires. Shah thought that all children are charming, no matter where they came from. His earnings are related to a fascinating business, a real science. It is possible that he could donate some of the shelter's money where these babies are. When he found himself in this world, He was absolutely without a penny for his soul. Now, receiving 3 gold coins a month and awards for each invention created, he managed to postpone about 100 gold. Already began to darken. The show told the children that it was time to go because it was late. He promised to take them to the shelter if they show him the way, and the baby immediately agreed. A 2-story building gradually emerged ahead. The children shouted happily that they returned home and rushed to Mary's sister, trying to share their joy. Without rotation, Maria calmly answered them that she was glad to see them again at home. The girl was gathering water when she noted, "A stranger is near her children." However, he greeted Maria and assured that he met her children in the city. The girl suddenly released the rope that pulled from the well. She rushed to Show, hugged him through his tears, and called Mr. Zero. The guy was stunned by the girl's actions. After all, he was not completely hopeless. The children turned to Sister Maria, assuring her that it was only a performance, and he was a real sage. The girl looked at him silently and, blushing, realized that she had confused him with someone else. She hurried to apologize, but the show immediately reassured her, assuring that nothing wrong had happened. He decided to see if it was Mary. She confirmed her face timidly, slightly ashamed. The girl ran up to Mary and happily announced that Mr. Show had made many toys for them. The girl confessed that she understands. He cares for children. However, she was concerned that she may never be able to thank him properly. But nevertheless, the girl still asked him to visit more often. But here he had already settled at a common table and, smiling, apologized that he ate everything. Maria, glowing with joy, announced that the children were incredibly pleased with his arrival, and then urged everyone to hug or connect her hands. And suddenly she solemnly stated, "Itadakimasu." The children repeated every word by their mentor. The show did not understand the essence of what is happening or the meaning of their words. Maria said that itadakimasu is a borrowed custom, which is to express gratitude for food, and this was taught by Zero. The guy silently asked to wait, thinking that he may have been about him, the same Japanese as himself. The girl, meanwhile, turned to Mr. Shop. She sincerely regretted that she was in a hurry. The girl still doubted whether he was not worthless. The show was confused, because the man looked at some similarity with himself. Maria categorically denied. This is not the case, because he had much more courage. Maria noted that he is now different in appearance, although the atmosphere around him remained unchanged. Zero added that when they meet again, his image will change even more. The show never realized who Zero really is. The girl said that he saved her when she almost died from the lung tuberculosis. In addition, he returned her vision, because her eye was blind from birth. The show did not even know what was possible at all, but the mystery of the person who was called Zero remained unsolved for him. He was increasingly interested in this girl, whether he was really a well-known magician, because her skills were amazed. He asked me to tell her more. The girl immediately agreed and said that everything happened when she was only 12. From the birth of Mary was blind, causing her relatives to turn away from her. Subsequently, she was sent to work in the Imperial Night Sky Pavilion. However, the girl picked up the disease from one of the guests who visited them. That's how she became ill. It was expelled from the Night Sky Pavilion, and when she was open, she began to wander the streets. Over time, the girl realized, she gradually disappears. Once she was in darkness, sitting under a spreading tree. I realized that it should happen here, that it should be here when she is ready to make the last breath. A shadow emerged ahead, and a voice suddenly sounded from her back, asking whether she was seeking to survive. The girl decided that this god himself came after her, and answered with faith, as if at that moment she struck the bright light. She accepted his proposal, and the next time she woke up, the cough disappeared without a trace. Her gaze suddenly cleared. The show seemed that the Lord himself reached out to her. The girl agreed, but she had one condition. She said that the Master Zero insisted, there is no God in this world, and if someone believes in its existence, it is only a creature with such incomprehensible knowledge and technologies that people do not grasp it, or it is a trick that misleads everyone. The guy agreed with him in this matter, but he was wondering what happened next. Zero advised her to stay with her mentor in this shelter. Life near the Master Zero and other children was full of warmth and care. They all experienced many happy and carefree days together. But somehow comes the day when the Master Zero tells her he is forced to return to a distant foreign country. When a girl with tears in her eyes rushed after him, Master Zero reassured her. Maria herself takes care of the connection between them. If this connection really exists, they will be met again. Sha was surprised, but Maria continued. She said, Zero assured that it was a sign of fateful connection, the unity of souls. The guy realized it right away. This Zero was probably a Japanese, and even ha ha ha. He comes out, someone but him got into this world. Believing on the day when the Master Zero was greeted again, she decided to cherish their special connection when fate would again bring them together. The girl said that the teacher was gone. He died 2 years ago. She sincerely hoped that this time he would be able to convey his mental communication to these children. The show was silent and then turned to Mary. He is not one who is called Zero, but will make every effort. The boys began to lay the water supply, which delivered water directly to their home. He also gave the children water guns, and for Maria saved the recently invented flashlight. The girls at the table were amazed and could not believe their eyes. The show stretched the girl with a coin, and she, barely holding back tears, sincerely thanked him for his kindness. She lacked words to express her gratitude. He attracted the carpenter through dating Russell to correct the disadvantages of work. He was genuinely surprised when he received up to 80 gold coins for his work. But there is nothing more valuable for the hero than security. Suddenly, someone is unknown into the acceleration, and he, not resting on his feet, fell to the ground. The guy lifted his face to his chest and began to look carefully. After all, these were even larger than the masters. The girl reproachfully said that he was behaving unhappy. The guy tried to explain something and asked a little time, but the stranger could not understand where his look was. He looked carefully at silver hair, long ears, and dark skin. The show thought inadvertently, is it really a dark elf? She began to call him again. The girl was annoyed that he did not look away from her. Meanwhile, the play began. She did not realize why he hurriedly asked her for forgiveness. Angry, the girl quit that she was in a hurry. The next day, the show, as always, came to the institution where Nina worked, greeted with her. The girl in response happily noted that the council to see him again. However, the show unexpectedly reported that someone was looking for him, and it surprised the boy. The Elfian, from which he tried to escape, stood at the table with an expression of indignation on his face. He was about to say something about yesterday, but did not have time to finish. The girl interrupted him, hastily assured that she was extremely unfortunate. The young man was stunned and clearly did not expect such developments. She came here to see a real master who was called a demon. However, the more she learned about him, the more clearly she realized it was she who once drove it. Knowing that he often dines in this place, she decided to stay and wait for him. Shaw stood up and hurried to apologize for not staying at his gaze. He clumsily explained his behavior by the fact that it was a natural feature of men. However, the girl only calmly replied that she was used to such attention. After that, she decided to introduce her name. She named her name Phi Phi, and again turned to him, calling a real master. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the boy by the hand. She herself asked him, because she believed that he would be able to save her native village. But the guy was in complete confusion and did not understand anything. He became aware that the path in the valley leading to the village of Dark Elves Phi Phizes was in complete isolation. The giant landslides of the soil were blocked to the right and left. The village of Dark Elves is located on the very edge of the western gorge, from Felon. They were fortunate enough to take a merchant cart that was going to the west. The show believed that Dark Elves were able to spell. The girl confirmed, yes, they really know how to use magic, but with such a giant stone, unfortunately, nothing can do. The guy couldn't believe he was really so huge. He did not even know about it, so he wondered. Maybe turn to a magician who has powerful magic. Fei Fem noted that it would be too expensive because their village cannot boast of great fortune. However, real masters are different from others. They are often guided not only by the desire for money, but also by the desire to embody their ideas. The young man just smiled, assuring what happens. He acknowledged that it was difficult for him to refuse, especially when a beautiful girl asks for something. And now he finally realized what it means to be a real man. He suggested that the girl turn to him simply, show, and perhaps later invent something else interesting. The girl agreed to such a proposal, and they continued to ride a cart, which was roaring loudly. The guy never could figure out what the noise was. The driver turned to the real owner, saying that they were beaten by trouble. The demons were already hidden around. Numerous eyes were launched in dense bushes that greeted the prey eagerly. Faye said it was black wolves. She realized that they seemed inadvertently stepped on their territory. The show was confused, not knowing how to proceed. but the girl assured him that they were distracting the enemies. Wolves emerged from the bushes one by one, predatory. The elf looked back to the show and offered to climb a tree. The young man skillfully used the ability to reduce his own weight. Grabbing at the branch, he easily flew up, finding himself on the top of the girl. Meanwhile, the flock of wolves tried to get out of the trunk. The show noted that there are too many. The girl sighed irritatedly. Her bow was still on repair, and without weapons she felt defenseless. The young man was frozen with excitement, as if they were trapped, and stood up sharply. Faye reminded, "They have magic. It has a fiery element, but does not burn at all the desire to use this force. Black wolves are highly valued, and a lot of money is worth it, so it is meaningless to burn them." However, the show noted that it was different. In the end, lightning magic not only burns several layers of skin, but can also blame everyone around the shockwave. The girl with excitement noted that it was even good, and listened carefully, trying to understand what was said. After all, if lightning had hit this tree, the consequences could be catastrophic. So I had to seek a way out. And in the end, he was illuminated. The blessing of the spirits will be able to protect everything around. Its lightning magic lowers atmospheric pressure, evaporates water, and causes thunderstorms. The girl appealed to the girl, and the guy spent a whole meteor simulation. There was no water nearby. However, in the comfort of the forest, apparently, significant reserves of moisture were hidden. The sky gradually tightened with clouds. Lightning flashed between them. Suddenly, one of them struck with a deafening roar. The boys jumped down and rushed to run away from the tree. All the wolves were already laying in heaven, and it was quite comforted by Fei Ah. The man in the carriage sat quietly, waiting patiently for 2 passengers. The girl turned to the merchant and wondered what amount he was ready to offer for them. The merchant sought to make sure that their decision was really final. "They are worth it." The girl assured, "She has enough money." The show noted that if you look at it from this side, he had long dreamed of trying himself in the role of a black wolf. The girl replied that this was what it was, and meant a performance in which Baudelaire blocks the path to her village. Seeing this block, he decided that it could not be overcome. But he did not even realize what it was and how she was here. The huge stone stood so much that people near her seemed tiny insects. People happily met the fee's return. The girl turned to the boys vividly, announcing that she brought with her a real master. The inhabitants happily applauded, hoping that they finally were safe. But he had no idea how it could now be destroyed. The village of dark elves. This continent extends a huge rock that cuts the land from east to west. It was in the corner of the valley that arose during this grand split, and the village of dark elves hid. However, a giant stone was stuck in the gorge about 30 meters high, which broke off the rock. He now blocks the path and does not allow the vans and other cars. The young man began to spell, and a powerful explosive wave sounded suddenly. The show, trying to avoid danger, hid hastily. But when the smoke was scattered, a dark void was a real black hole in the place of magic. The magic of compressed air only burned the surface. In the old world it would have exploded, like dynamite. He needs to reach even higher temperature. When the air is compressed, its temperature increases. Molecules that gathered in close space move with considerable force while releasing heat. If, for example, to compress the air twice, the amount of heat will increase several times. Accordingly, the explosion power will be much higher. He has already tried to use different types of magic at the same time, a difficult thing to do. However, for the first time, he tries to cause the same spell twice. Double activation of different types of magic is like keeping a baseball bat in both palms at the same time. But the simultaneous use of the same type of magic is like an attempt to put one broken over the other. The guy wants to make one interesting attempt, so everything is better to move away. It can be dangerous. Now focus and be as careful as possible. The core flashes with dotted linen. The temperature probably reaches more than 5,000 degrees. It seems that it is necessary. He applied his way to the stone, and he gradually began to spread under the heat. He decided to go back even further. Suddenly the boy's eyes appear sincerely. The black liquid suddenly flowed from the stone. The hot stones suddenly exploded nearby, forcing the show to shudder from fear. All because of his short carelessness when he lost his vigilance for a moment. Obviously, he got freedom precisely because he had drunk a straight hole. Because of this, the pressure has grown significantly. And now Faye was seriously afraid for his own life. She immediately began to call him named, and fortunately, the show could open her eyes. The girl was sincerely worried about his condition and wanted to make sure that everything was fine. The guy also apologized for the fact that he ran out of magic. The girl realized that these giant boulders could be a serious obstacle to the performance, and if they do not destroy the obstacle, they can at least clear the path for carts. The show believed that with the help of his magic would be able to lay the passage. However, it's special type magic, and they can only be applied twice a day. So this process can be delayed. The girl happily noted that it was a trifle compared to how long they gave their own improvement. The show did his best to clear the passage. The stone cracked, but did not finally crumble. If you insert a double compression shell horizontally, the flash of the lava and the explosion will immediately be released. It is extremely dangerous. So act differently. Move it first straight, then slightly down and back, again straight and again easy and back. The show noted that this case was extremely exhausting. At the request of Fayette, the owner could finally rest. And now he has already moved on the girl's lap, blushing embarrassing from embarrassment. He was struck by what warmth he was treated with, so much that even a feeling of anxiety appeared. However, the girls denied. They say everything is wrong, and they are just trying to help someone who really deserves it. But at that time, other elves were a little offensively noticed that they had never been so good with them. Faye looked from the tent and ordered them to be silent, and no one was released from the garbage. I had to clean them the old way. The man was surprised. Real Amazons, not elves. 10 days have passed. Each time I let in magic. And so day after day, and with every attempt, the hole in the boulder is getting bigger. Finally, the tunnel opened for the first time, and everyone around joyfully celebrated. The passage to the village was finally accessible. The elder of the Dark Elves was so impressed with the good that he did not even find words of gratitude. The show was amazed at the presence of such a respectable elder, and tried to guess how many years he lived. And I jokingly exclaimed aloud so that he would not worry about it. He had enough that they managed to check the double use of magic. But to imagine Lil, which raises the rapies because of it directly in the castle, he did not even dare. It seemed to me that perhaps only here you can find some rare mineral, characteristic only of this area, or something with an unusual, amazing color. But one of the girls assured that she saw black stones. The guy asked, suspecting it could be obsidian. The girl doubted that she was obsidian because he was easily scattered in his hands. Faye was surprised to say that she would not realize what benefit it could bring. The show wants to see him with his own eyes, as well as to find out where he is. He was told that the object is located on the stone wall near the entrance to the valley. The guy asked him to make a tour on the road, and the girls gladly agreed. Fate noted that the show had become a real benefactor for their village, and vowed to keep this memory. A limestone rock grew in front of them, and the girl reported that this is the same stone here. The elf said that this layer is formed of black stone, but it is so fragile and quickly crumbled that even for the tip of the arrow he will not find use. The show realized that he needed to make a sign, so he started knocking. Receiving a small stone, he decided to make sure that he was what he thought. The guy put a stone on another stone and tried to set fire to it. Faye was surprised to watch this breed really engaged in flames. But this man is genuinely glad that there is such a person in the world as you are the main driving force. This is the true path of the Industrial Revolution. The elf looked in surprise. The stones were burning as if it were fascinated, and he decided it was a magic case. The guy just smiled and explained. In fact, magic only ignited fire, but these stones in themselves have the ability to engage in flames. So the issue of fuel was resolved lightly. Moreover, even a steam machine is now possible. In any case, it will deliver a sample of its highness and the assistance of everything he saw. In the meantime, we will be able to call people for investigation. The girl regretted that they had to go so far, because darkness was already prevailing. The guy noted that today they would remain somewhere nearby, and it is not necessary to return to such a late hour. She added that they stopped in the middle of the field. The show stunned such a confession. Festia assured that they always live in these parts, and asked him not to worry, because they were elves. The guy replied that it wasn't about it. He simply did not believe that there would be a place for him. Elf, smiling, noted that, of course, she had a little mess at home, but he could stay overnight. In addition, she will gladly prepare something delicious for him. That morning, the show, stretching on the couch, felt aching back pain. After traditional morning pull-ups, he looked away, as if looking for something. Faye carelessly swayed, so the guy, carefully trying not to disturb her sleep, quietly left the room. The queen was slightly annoyed by his absence, passionately thinking where he went. In the end, she guessed that he went to the settlement of dark elves. I am sure there is an extreme comfort. Well, so. She sincerely hoped that this visit would bring good news. The guy readily supported her optimism. He put several pieces of coal on the table. Lila looked in surprised black stones and said it was just some black stones. Now they are in Rissel's workshop. The man thought they were saying that this stone was suitable as fuel. However, the queen quickly guessed that it was not a magical stone at all. The guy confirmed it, and added that there was neither magical stone nor the traces of man in the subject. Then the show asked for permission to look closer. He began to fall asleep into a special coal device, and Armin wrapped the process. Lila was delighted. Rylas also noted that this thing has an impressive firepower, and may well help them in a situation with a lack of fuel. The show noted that such stones are great for home heating. They will be steamed and burned in the furnaces to get rid of impurities, and then turn into fuel called coke. This will allow you to smelt even more iron than ever before. However, there was one serious problem: smoke pollution. When burning coal, thick smoke and soot enveloped the city, creating a danger to the health of the inhabitants. During the Industrial Revolution, the smoke from the burning of coal took many people's lives. The richer the country becomes, the more acute this problem is. Lila decided that the guy was thinking how to solve this problem, to which he calmly replied that, of course, he was thinking. After all, when the smoke enters the water, soot and poisonous substances immediately dissolve in it. The problem with blast furnace smoke is that it contains hydrogen sulfide that is easily soluble in water. However, the girl worried about the further fate of this water, because she is now poisoned. Yet there is a way out. For example, insects can be thrown into this water. Insects are creatures that are peeled by corpses and silt. It is thanks to them that the rivers and channels remain clean in the world where there is no sewer. However, they should take into account the number of insects, although the team is confident in their own abilities. Lila understood everything without unnecessary explanations. Raziel agreed. The idea seemed appropriate to him, and the girl suggested sending a group of researchers to coal mines. To start developing a mine, you need to lay the roads, cut the forest pits, and build bridges. You will also have to build a rail for coal transportation. Ahead, a lot of grueling work. Stella drew the girl's attention to the fact that the show returned. The guy immediately turned to the master and Stella, trying to understand what happened. Rubia could not tread where he was missing for 10 days, not giving any news to her or, more precisely, to her mistress. The guy just waved. They say he had important things in the village of Dark Elves. The girls were genuinely surprised, hearing about the Dark Elves. And the guy did not realize at all what was being said. The girls were convinced that he went there for the sake of big breasts. Because the Dark Elves everyone knows because of this feature. The show assured that they were wrong, because it was he who helped them overcome all the difficulties. The owner understood everything perfectly, but could not determine what attracts him more, her gorgeous breasts or mysterious dark elves. The show replied without hesitation. Undoubtedly the best in the world is my ruler's breasts. Now Rupi wondered where he came from such conclusions. And here it seemed that he, obviously, had something to compare. Fairies. Suddenly, the room entered the fairies and, without restraining, asked why the show was so delayed. Everyone looked at her with dissatisfaction on her faces. However, the most interesting thing is that the forest elfine and the dark elf were unexpectedly met and were amazed at each other's appearance. The show felt embarrassed and noted that it was only one of the 36 tricks, and the best way to escape is to just escape. The girl spoke his name loudly and with an insult, and he, without looking back, shouted to her a farewell word. Several times, they have finally stopped in a convenient place for themselves. The show was breathing hard, trying to look after a long run. It was then that he finally understood. Elves and dark elves do not get along with each other. Feifei told about the ancient legend of dark elves. Once elves and dark elves had common ancestors and lived together in the world of elves, but there were constant disputes between them. Due to these conflicts, their world has been destroyed, and they all find themselves in this new world, provided that they leave their former life and civilization. The depth of this story struck something to the heart. Suddenly the crowd flew into the theater hall, stating what to run. People rushed out of the city, vomiting about the inevitable danger and urging to escape immediately. One of the locals stopped and, turning to the leading spectacle, gave him a pleasure to help him. Tears flowed from the man's eyes. He spoke in a trembling voice about the child he stole the demon. The show was surprised by his eyebrows and cast his gaze to the other way where people were running away. The boy from the shelter struck the paw of some monster and desperately called for help. The demonic beast reached incredible sizes, and around it, twisted squirts of leaves. People from the bottom called for help for the boy, the one who was kept in the claws. Phi Fair could not understand why she was here. He realized that he could get the child with his zippers and magic of faith phase, but hesitated how to act. However, this question was barely in his head. The solution came as if lightning from the clear sky. He was mentioned by a slingshot, which he made during the fun games with a baby in a shelter. But if you combine his magic with the charms of Phi Fi, they will definitely have the strength to crush enemies. Kinetic energy is directly proportional to the mass and square of speed. At the same moment, he released a projectile towards the monster. The more massive the ball, the more powerful its strength will be. But if you reduce the weight with magic and accordingly increase the speed, the power of the shot also increases significantly. And if you remove the spell at a moment when the ball has almost reached the goal, the show had no doubt. If she wanted, she could easily demolish her husband. But the show was also aware that he had to shoot again. Suddenly, the arrow rapidly stuck the monster just into the heart. It surprised the guy. Rossel was held in his hands and angrily called the monster's nasty creature. He also ordered her to release the boy. The show noticed him and expressed gratitude for his support. The bird moaned and waved mournfully, suffering from pain. Fate Hay warned that she was going to go on the offensive, and even expressed her desire to lose Freemasonry. The storm, which gathered around the bird, rapidly gained strength, forcing everyone to hastily hide inside the building. The bird suddenly changed the appearance and began to release shells towards the locals and heroes. Space suddenly appeared in front of the boys, and they immediately erected a protective barrier around them. The show was genuinely happy to see her. In his opinion, her work was a real miracle. The obstacle did not cover the inspection, but completely stopped any physical blows. Stella turned with a proud look and confidently said that she was able to repel even the flame of the dragon. The show did not realize how it works. He noticed that photons penetrated through him. Therefore, this protection is powerless in front of lasers, microwave magic, or energy strokes from solar panels that absorb light. Rebellious appeared suddenly, who looked openly annoyed by all that was happening. Seeing the show, she warned the boy that he could accidentally touch him, so it is better to get away. After all, the girl was about to explode from emotions. The guy called her and asked to stop, mentally wondering her recklessness. After all, it is full of children, and it is able to erase the city from the face of the earth. Rubia only noted that she would have to review the list of potential victims. The girl was confused with, a deep focus was read on her face. Meanwhile, the fixie flicker jumped on the balcony to Rosil, distracting it from an important business. She asked the boy to give her a bow, and without waiting for the answer, she just took him. She pulled the bowstring and gave all her strength to a monster. The giant squeezed the boy firmly in his paw and again threatened, turning to the whole city. Suddenly, his fingers squeezed, and the young man flew rapidly down. Phi shouted, trying to attract the attention of Sho. He immediately looked up, and at that moment saw the boy fell down. Without a second, he rushed to a child who was already rapidly approaching the ground. And at that moment, he dared to resort to weight loss. The Show had time and grabbed him almost near the earth, almost missing a moment. Without a second, he jumped to the window. However, the guy reached the door and a girl in a few jumps. She was so struck by his agility that she immediately swayed and swarmed her lips firmly. The guy immediately asked to take care of the baby. The girl, frightened and unsure, with trembling hands carefully accepted the boy in her arms. Tears shone in her eyes, and confusion was read on her face. The Show hurriedly called her to run inside. He shouted in the whole voice, covered not only by the residents of the city, but also for the child who almost was the victim of this bird's creature. The girl focused, nodded restrained, sincerely sharing his anxiety. The bird lifted the sword, and it immediately fell into the eyes of the Show and fairies, who again called the boy to help. The attack resumed from the bird. He rushed into battle. A hail of shells fell on the guy at the same time, and so, not having time to hide from all attacks, he got several beats, one of which went directly into his heart. The girl exclaimed his name with horror. The stones hit the man, causing him pain. The dark elfish with anxiety exclaims. His phone breaks down, and memory of the past emerges in memory. The Show records the video, having fun with the audience through the camera lens. He seems like a show and proudly declares himself the king of the inventions of this channel. The young man shows a round alarm clock on the camera and explains that harvesting will begin today. This original alarm clock on its own, without assistance. In the end, he notices that the recording suddenly broke off somewhere in the middle. Looking at the captured, understands this annoyance. At the end, the guy calls on everyone to subscribe to the channel and put it. He notices that his video has already been watching 12 people, although only 3 were signed up. The young man is happy. The number of subscribers is gradually increasing, and new comments appear under the video. The protagonist thinks that it would be interesting to shoot next time and dreams of a new camera that you would like to buy. Suddenly, the guy hears someone calls him by his name. It sharply opens the eyes and inhales on full breasts. The girl near him notices that he is wounded in his chest, and immediately she is going to help. However, the show assures that everything is fine with him. There was a thing in his inner pocket that saved his life. He does not understand why he behaves so recklessly. The guy asks where Harpia went. It turns out that it is wary of circling high in the sky. The girl notes that now that the baby is rescued, she can simply undermine herself and prepare for the attack. However, the show stops her, insisting that it is unacceptable, because they need to do as least the damage to the city. The girl asks what to do now. The young man replies that he has one plan, but to carry out a spell on such a scale he lacks the power, so without it cannot do. She immediately caught what he was talking about. The protagonist rushed to flee, promising to show her the way, and promised to give a signal as soon as he was ready to start. The young man materializes his own fear and directs him against Harpy. Such an unexpected attack causes the birds by surprise. It is already confused. She retreats and shouts to the master, demanding to start immediately. The girl confidently lifts the rod and causes the magic, which adds weight. The monster falls on the ground, and the main character, having grabbed the knife, rushes to it. In flight, he imaginally burdened himself and pierces his heart with all power. From the body of the enemy suddenly flowed blood. He fell down, no longer giving signs of life. The monster was finally receded. The girl wondered in the show whether she needed everything she needed, and he answered according to her words. People around joyfully exclaims, admiring how the owner of the spectacle coped with Harpy. Everyone around in a sublime mood. Stella notes that it rarely comes across such a fresh Carpia corpse with the price of materials that can be obtained from it. It decides to organize the transport of the body to the castle a little later. The father approaches the saved boy and his mother. They are covered by tears of joy, and they hug each other firmly. Suddenly, Layla appears on the cart. She's worried about the show, whether everything is fine with him. The young man does not hide the surprise. He did not expect to see her here. The girl says she heard the noise and immediately rushed here. Seeing him everything in the wounds, she asks whether he managed to overcome the demon. The protagonist emphasizes that he would not cope alone. There were always friends next to him. He was helped by the mentor, Stella, and the dark elfian Fei Fei. He also adds that the weapon shop owner came to his rescue. For this support, he feels deep gratitude. Its Highness announces that in recognition of their courage will reward them with 2 gold coins. The young man is wondering if these things to give her. Lila explains that she has no cash with her now, but promises to give money later. The girl sincerely thanks Fei for support and asks to visit them more often. In the walls of the Festa Castle, along with another knight, they came together in a fascinating duel on the sword. The girl won the absolute victory, skillfully depriving the opponent of weapons simply in the full battle. Layla proudly examines her, puts her hands in the sides and states that there can be no doubt in her skill. Her assistant asks if she is confident in her decision because the Dark Elves cannot be trusted. She agrees with this, emphasizing that although the Dark Elves were aware of the existence of a village in this territory, they still do not have the official status of the inhabitants of these lands. However, they are ready to accept the most talented and the most capable. The girl replied that she heard about their considerable efforts to protect the performance and security of the city. She reports that Mizuki has just gone to the Empire, so she can replace her as a guard. However, Elpha does not convince her words. She is wondering whether it means that she will be paid. Layla smiles shyly and answers the affirmative. The guy rejoices in his girlfriend's success. She confesses that for the Dark Elfish, the service in the castle is a real dream. Her heart is full of gratitude to the main character. Meanwhile, Layla, aside with a sly smile, notes that it will take a little time, and she probably regret it. For a while, the guy enters the room and contemplates his broken phone. He is aware that he had passed a little lately, though he has always been a reliable friend. He notes in his thoughts, to create a video about all the things and magic that he invented in this world. Now he is unable to. The young man puts it in a box, closes it, and sincerely thanks for the saved life. He descends on the bed and plunges into reflections on demons that do not give him rest. The teacher explained to him that in this world demons almost do not attack people. He understood why they destroy the people who invade their territory. However, Harpy clearly went to the city for the sake of murder. The show wondered if something unusual happened to her. In a few weeks, the hero walks quietly on the street and suddenly notices a carriage. He smiles under his nose without being surprised. The show is surprised to be aware that she is an extremely refined person, and is surprised, why does she use a black course if all respectable guests come through the main entrance? Suddenly, a familiar calling sounded behind. It turned to him. He wished the girl good morning. She wondered with interest where he was so hurried. The guy explained that he visited the forest to gather some of the ingredients needed. The protagonist invites the girl to have breakfast together, but, in response, reports that Her Highness awaits him in his office, because there was already a guest. The young man guesses that it is likely to be the same guest who came in the same carriage. Already in the office, Lila is interested in Rubia, how things are formed. The girl sighs and replies that she cannot help her. Meanwhile, the guy enters the office and asks if she was calling him. Lila rejoices that he finally appeared. The girl represents the guests of Princess Emoir Luni. He bows and says with a sincere smile that she is happy. A girl with a scar on her face is presented as Mi Luna Faltas, the first princess of Faltas. She asks to turn to her simply, Miruna. Princess notes that in Faltas he is known as a prominent master who is tirelessly seeking truth, and he is able to help her in a difficult hour. The young man pays attention to burns and understands that the girl has a serious wound. The protagonist is interested in how she was injured. The girl tells that, as always, she was walking the forest in search of rare plants for her admiration when a demonic creature suddenly attacked her. Recently, rumors about the attacks of demons on humans have spread, but she could not imagine that one day she would be a victim of such an attack. Lila recalls how Harpy recently appeared. It is worried that recently the feline is increasingly noticed by demons, and in some places rumors of dragons flying over the city are even spreading. The young man's news of dragons seems to be unexpected. The girl returns to show and hopes him. Will he help heal Maluni wounds? However, it is just sad that even his teacher could do nothing. He is powerless here. The protagonist recalls that in his world, care is treated by transplanting the skin or restoring the skin from its remains. Suddenly, the guy remembers the orchid clone that he has already created twice with magic. This gives him a thought. Can't you use the same principle to work with skin? The girl is wondering if he or she does not have a better offer. The protagonist shares the idea. He has a plan, but at the moment it is only a theory. Whether she will be realized is unknown, as the consequences of such a step. The guy explains that the recovery will be gradually, so it will take a long time. The princess agrees with everyone, adding that there is nothing good in the daughter of the royal family, only ugliness. She says she won't even be able to return home without her former face. The guy does not understand what she's talking about. Maruna, putting her hand to her heart, claims that she is losing nothing more and calls for him to act. The young man cannot understand why she finds herself worthless only because she has lost her former beauty. He does not leave this question. The girl notes that the value of a person is determined not only by appearance. It is really so. However, Miruna states that she is a princess of the little kingdom of Faltas. For the welfare of her family and prosperity of the country, she needs to marry in the appropriate time and for a worthy bride. So being beautiful is her royal duty. The young man thinks, is her fate really being married for the benefit of her country? The girl agrees with a smile and adds, she was born a rose, not a field flower. The other girls are silently watching this scene. The main character quietly assures, he understands her. He adds that this method has not yet been tested for people, so the consequences and possible side effects remain unknown. The man warns the girl, she should be ready for everything. She accepts it and gives her consent. Some time has passed, and the princess is already lying on the operating table. The protagonist stands nearby, dressed in a sterile robe and mask, quite ready for an important procedure. He takes the scalpel in his hands and tries to calm down internally. The protagonist thinks that the master will always support him in case of failure, so you need to not hesitate and try his hand. The guy reports that he will start with the shoulder area, and first disinfects the skin with alcohol. Myron nods, giving her consent. Then he introduces anesthesia. Using forceps, carefully immerses the object he needs into the liquid. He explains that it is a drug that temporarily anesthetizes the affected area, so it does not feel pain. For anesthesia, he uses a spider poison. During the manufacture of chocolate, he also mined the poison, which, incidentally, has a great effect as a local anesthetic. The guy warns her, it will soon become so cold that she doesn't even feel it. Morona confesses, it really begins to freeze. Ruby is surprised that he was thinking in general. She notes that he is not able to use the magic of paralysis. Therefore, even a regular doctor who does not have magic can also take advantage of it. He is interested in the patient whether she feels bad or worries her something. In response, she shakes her head. The protagonist confidently makes the incision and prepares to carefully roll the cut dermis. At the same time, it imposes a spell that accelerates regeneration and enhance the reaction. Acceleration. Acceleration is activating the development of ordinary skin, rapidly increasing its renewal. Simultaneous imposition of this magic stimulates the rapid reproduction of cells responsible for growth. Skin cells multiply many times faster than usual, so that a new cover is gradually growing at the wound, which carefully tightens and heals the damage. In half an hour, this area is restored by about 3 centimeters. However, thanks to its magic, it is able to regenerate 5 to 6 centimeters a day. Today, he does not hide the delight of her. The guy lifts the mirror and notes that at first it was slowly recovered, but now it has healed almost completely. The girl, admiring in the glare, admires enthusiastically that she has never seen a mirror of such beauty, and her face illuminates a sincere smile. The protagonist apologizes to her and asks to pay attention to what he did, not his reflection in the mirror. The princess, considering the recovery process, enthusiastically points out, it is just amazing healing. Subsequently, Layla is treated with Monty Blanc-style pancakes, decorated with boiled beans. The protagonist is genuinely surprised to learn that they are a cousin and sister. Layla explains that her late mother was the sister of Queen Feltis. The girl adds that they see only once a year, but they often died in the royal villa of the family on the lake. Mirun confesses that she misses those times. The young man watches them with surprise and distrust. Princess notes that this place reminds her of a completely different world. Her gaze stops on appetizing cakes she has never seen. Sunlight pours a spacious room where a transparent glass is shimmering, like a crystal. She turns to Layla. They say, you probably rest, because you have such a wonderful owner. In her words, a touch of envy. The girl appeals to the show, promising to pay him 2 or even 3 times if he agrees to stand on her side. Layla interrupts her in anger, reproaching, how can she say that in her eyes? The protagonist with a slight smile apologizes, because he is forced to give up her offer. He swore Her Majesty that he would lift this country, so he has no right to leave his vows. The girl is genuinely surprised by the oath of a real master, comparing him with a noble knight. She has not yet had to meet such people. Usually masters of this level choose much more worthy employers. He claims that the matter is not in money. Of course, he has a certain amount of money for research, and there is enough food. This is the main thing. Lila explains the girl that all the money earned during the show is transferred to orphans. Such news is amazing, Maroon. The protagonist emphasizes that all this is done for the welfare of the future generation, because children are a real treasure of the country. The girl considers him a weirdo, but the princess confidently assures that everything is quite logical. Miruna notes that it is unfair to deprive the gifted child's chance to reveal his potential only because of her origin. She is convinced that to invest in children who were destined to become a support of their country means to allow them to become better in the future. The main character thinks, does the princess not the true talent of the great master? Lila is surprised that he did not understand it immediately. The girl tells what she studied with the master. The show is already preparing to answer, but suddenly the room enters the room and announces that it feels some sweet aroma in the air. Maruda is welcome with her, noting that a long time has passed. The girl does not hide her astonishment, seeing her. Stunned by his appearance, Stella asks with surprise what it is for a scar and why it is so disgusting. It is at this moment that the main character understands. Stella was a teacher of the princess. She was treated for 3 days, and everything went well. However, on the 4th day, Princess Maloney suddenly rose high fever. The drugs acted as follows. They rapidly activated the body's natural forces, causing the skin to recover at an accelerated pace. It requires considerable energy costs, so the main character understands. She needs to rest. However, suddenly, in the middle of the night, she is announced the beginning of the performance. Lila asks him to visit him again and reiterate them with this story. The protagonist thoughtfully asks what he stopped for. The girl cautiously reminds him. The last was the scene when the characters are paid their unfulfilled love. The main character asks the girl about her well-being. In response, she said with a smile that she feels much better today. The guy notices that the wounds from the burns of Princess Meluna gradually, but inevitably disappear without a trace. The protagonist calmly waters the plant that grows right in front of him, focused on every drop of water. Suddenly, the princess approaches him and notes that this plant is surprisingly rare. She politely asks for permission to look at the amazing find. The young man does not refuse her request. Shah reports that treatment is coming to an end. Miruna agrees with him and confesses that he does not know how to thank him. In response, the protagonist assures that the most important thing is her safety. The girl is embarrassed, filled with a blush, and presses it even stronger. He releases a funnel from her hands and tells her that it is not worth doing. She apologizes to him, confessing that she first experiences similar emotions. The protagonist reminds her, as soon as she heals her face, she will be able to return to her duties immediately. The girl agrees with this, although her consent was not complete. Shostius notes that she probably confused the excitement and relief in the soul after healing burns with feelings for him. However, the girl does not agree with such an opinion and assures, he is a really extraordinary person. Princess Maroon states that he is not a couple. That's really. She wondered if their fate would have happened if he met her earlier than Layla. He, barely noticeably smiling, denied and confessed that he was grateful not only to Her Highness, but also to his mentor, Stella, and all who serve in the castle. The girl asks again, not understanding what she is about. The protagonist specifies Miss Rubia meant. He explains that she saved him when he first got into this forest and helped to become a real master. He also admits that if it weren't, their paths would never cross. The girl is upset. She laughs and says that she would prefer to be born a field flower, so that no one pays attention to her. The princess turned around, already going to go. Finally, she said that her father with her mother would come after her next week. The main character is genuinely surprised to learn that His Majesty the King and the Queen intend to visit here. She notes that she has already written to them. They say that she is hearing quickly. However, the monarchs seek to personally visit her light and his. The protagonist smiles and notes that then he should see her beautiful face. The girl returns to him, smiles through tears and agrees. Next week, Mirana's face was completely recovered. King Faltas and Queen Eliza are surprised to exclaim without hiding their admiration. The man calls it a real miracle, but a woman cannot believe it. The princess confesses to them personally. Her face was healed. The king shakes his hand and exclamedly exclaims that he had done a real miracle. The young man is stunned and confused, not understanding what happened. He insists that this is not a miracle, but healing, achieved through the combination of mind and magic, as well as the perseverance of the princess itself, which courageously withstood all the strict trials. The king seeks to sincerely thank him for the salvation of the princess from the irreparable trouble. However, the protagonist modestly points out that even the great masters honor the monarch with their obedience. The man replies. He expresses gratitude not as a king of the state, but as a father of his precious daughter. Faltas bows his head in front of him in a respectful bow and thanks. Subsequently, the protagonist invites the queen and the princess to his workshop. He kindly allows them to look at everything he pleases until the audience of Her Majesty with the queen continues. The woman looks back to the show and asks if it is possible that the same witchcraft that cured her daughter helps others. She points to her face and shares that she recently noticed wrinkles in the corners of the eyes. The protagonist confirms, yes, it is really wrinkles, and adds that once he has settled to eliminate sagging under her chin, he will be able to solve this problem. The woman asks in surprise whether he is able to do so. He explains to her that, unlike the treatment of Princess Burns, this task is not so difficult. The show is wondering if she would like to try. The woman happily agrees without hiding the admiration. King Faltas and Layla complete the meeting. The man notes that, although their time was short, it was extremely fruitful. The girl, noticing their decision to go on, concludes that they have many things. The protagonist with a smile welcomes all the ladies and gentlemen present, wishing them a good evening. He seems like the main star of the evening event. The young man solemnly states that he is a student of the Master of Rubia himself. He is interested in Eliza that happened to her face. The woman only laughs and pleases that he noticed it. She confesses that she decided to use the charm of a local master. A man asks a man to ask whether she is elixir of youth. The main character explains to him that she remained as young as he was. He just smoothed her wrinkles a little, and over time everything will return back. He cannot understand how possible it is possible. However, the king assures that it is his magic that will inevitably capture women. It takes a little time, and rumors about amazing magic treatment are rapidly spreading among the aristocracy and high-ranking people of the entire continent. When the princess returned her charming beauty, and the queen blossomed again with his youth, numerous requests from noble ladies and court ladies from different royal dynasties began to come to the palace. The protagonist conducts surgery to the woman and reports that she will now freeze her skin. Wrinkles and flashes disappear daily. The skin seems to be younger, but this effect does not meet the requirements of the TV show. The hero is almost desperate. He recalls that not a plastic surgeon. Layla and Sho enjoy tea. The girl notices that she looks completely tired. He confesses that there is less power and the body no longer withstand daily orders. Layla, despite this, rejoices from what he earns well. However, she recalls how someone said that as soon as the face was good, many suggestions fell on her. So the girl is careful. Was she not good before? The young man is interested in her opinion about whether Princess Mirin will be able to find a worthy groom. The queen in response notes that there are many people in the world to take the opportunity and put themselves in a favorable light. There is only one person in Farley who, according to Maruni, could come to her. This is Viscount Fercy. He is trusted, and his character is not bad. However, the girl is convinced that he will not get a good family man. In addition, in her opinion, the name of the work is too weak, so it cannot recommend it. The protagonist denies that the name is not crucial and gives his own example. He proposes to instruct him the production of crystal, to declare that Viscount has coped with the mass production of crystal glass, and to increase it in the title. Look, soon to the Duke grow up. The girl calls it a lie, but the guy assures that it just seems at first glance. He believes that Princess Maroon studied with a real master, and it is she who can trust the production of glass. The queen claims that Princess Maroon was in love with him and calls the show an extremely insidious person. The protagonist tries to understand what is being discussed. Her Highness sent a letter to Faltis, in which she introduced Visconta. She reported that large-scale industrial development is unfolding on the lands of Valcon, and a brilliant future is waiting for them. Princess Maruna lost her head from him at first sight, and now they are happy. The protagonist briefly visited the Viscount's estate to share with them the secret of making glass. If it is engaged in glass production, all other ideas are doomed to failure. But if he wanted to protect the inhabitants of Lenina, then he had to do so. Since the protagonist last visited the forest house of his mentor, a long time has passed. Looking worriedly, Rubia asks why he came so far and what he conceived. The Grove replies to this. Harpia suddenly was mentioned, from the day he heard that the demon was attacked. The show emphasizes that in the case of unforeseen situations, Fräulein should be able to stand for yourself without any hope for magic. That is why it wants to create a fiery potion. Simply put, it is a powder. The girl exclaims and asks whether he really means weapons. The show nods in response. As a real master, he is convinced that she is able to imagine what it will turn if this weapon becomes extraordinary. At first, Ruby thinks, and then agrees with him. At the same time, the girl makes it clear that she does not plan to interfere with his affairs. The girl warns, if the show wants to use it in evil intentions, she, as his mistress, will do everything possible to prevent it. The young man smiles and confesses that he is extremely pleased that she is his owner. He reports that in this case he may be taken to the case. Because this is risky, the protagonist asks her to stay nearby. It is instantly taken for the manufacture of gunpowder. The protagonist plans to create an explosive mixture using nitrate. For this purpose are forest humus and manure from the owner's farm. In other words, these are the remains of his master and a little of his own. It connects the pus with humus, and, using magic to speed up fermentation, mix the mixture thoroughly. Soon a sharp, unpleasant smell spills around. The protagonist shrugs his nose, trying not to inhale the stench, and he constantly asks himself why he was killed in all if he was in another world. However, the show finds the strength to assure himself that his actions are for the benefit of the whole country. The smell is disgusting, but since childhood he has known him well. His parents live in rural areas, where assenizer machines are buzzing along the streets from time to time. He throws fragmented pills into him. Suddenly, Rubia appears. The girl, wrapping his nose, asks that it is a strange smell. The protagonist emphasizes that he advised her to stay at home because it is really dangerous here, and also suggests that she squeezes her nose. The girl in the cry denies that she is absolutely unclear what he is talking about. She is sincerely convinced that the mentor will certainly notice the moment when the student is grasped. The girl is approaching, but at the same moment turns away, twisting from a sharp smell. The show with a smile reminds you warned it. The guy only advises her to watch away. The fermentation process has been significantly activated, and this fluid should contain nitrate. He's about to bring her out of here. Nitrate is easily soluble in water. It should throw this substance into a water cauldron and heat everything with magic. It may not seem too pleasant to someone. When all the products are already processed, the water from the cauldron should be completely evaporated. Now, the walls of the vessel are covered with a dense layer of white crystals, similar to small needles. This is the crystals of nitro. There are quite a few impurities in the mixture, but thanks to multiple recrystallization, they will be able to increase the purity of the substance more and more. Rubia wondered if it was a fire potion. The show shook his head. No, this is just one of the components. The rest will finish tomorrow in the workshop. His plan is to create black powder, but besides gunpowder, he will still need coal and sulfur. The girl admires that it is a real miracle to create such a thing from something so stinking. The protagonist specifies, in fact, it is made of waste. She is interested in humorists with whose trash they owe the invention, perhaps to her personal. The guy gets down and lost in the answers, not knowing how to react. Rubia is crazy and explodes loudly. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Stella laughs, wondering that the show managed to make a weapon from the excrement of Rubia. Her neighbor is angry with these jokes and embarrassing, pouring a blush. The girl notes that in such circumstances his unpleasant odor is completely explained. The protagonist denies he was washed, and his clothes too at first glance are clean. He has a suspicion that this is probably his nose. A steel girl imposes a cleansing spell on him. A man, surprised by her ability to eliminate odors, notes that it is undoubtedly very useful. She is wondering why he is these crystals, and what he plans to do with them. The guy explains to her that a little more nitrate should be added to the nitrate, as well as charcoal in the ratio of 7 to 2 in 1. He notes that all the ingredients should be thoroughly ground and mixed until smooth. Stella is wondering if it is really a weapon. The show calls on to check it for itself. They take a small amount of substance and pump out air to prevent it from flashing. The protagonist lights him with a candle, and he instantly flashes. Stella asks in surprise, "And what is special about this?" The show explains that then you need to compress. The girl is astonished. Then he specifies he needs to soak it with water and wrap it in a fabric. The show notes that you can be loaded, but they use magic to squeeze it as quickly as possible. He explains that the compression of the reaction becomes much more efficient and more powerful. As it dries and begins to crumble, the sorcerers with the help of magic turn it into small pellets. And now, he is going to set fire to this mass again. He takes a candle and set fire to the powder, scattered on the fabric. The fire instantly flashes with frantic force. Rubia points out that this is a completely different issue. Stella is enthusiastically exclaiming that it is incredible. Finally, black powder is ready. All he had to do was to prepare what he ordered from the master gnome and to present it with its highness. It passed for a while, and the queen wondered if he created something new. The man nodded with a smile and invited her to look at his new invention. It pulls out a simple weapon with a flintlock. The barrel and bullets were cast by the skilled hands of their gnome swamp. The girl is wondering what it is. The guy replies that there is a powder charge at the end of this tube, and the Burns inserts a lead ball on top. It aims and presses on the trigger. The ball rushes to the dummy and easily punches protective armor. All three girls are amazed at heart. He explains. A lead ball flew and punched a hole in the armor. If there is a person inside the armor, then this attack will flash the muscles and be able to harm even the demonic skin of the strongest creatures. Layla is wondering if he is not magic. The show shakes his head and explains. It is not a magic, but a science. The girl wondered if even the one who had never been trained could use such weapons. She asked if ordinary peasants and even girls win the monster with her help. The guy reacts approvingly. The queen, putting her hand to the chin, thoughtfully says that this truth gives a true horror. The main character suddenly logs. He asks what they were so scared because she will definitely find him use. Girls are embarrassed to look, not knowing what to answer. The queen warns him, no jokes over her. The show immediately obeys. The protagonist explains that weapons and gunpowder are not subject to sale, because they are necessary to protect the country in case of threat. Gunpowder brings considerable benefit to people in everyday life. Thanks to it, you can easily destroy solid rocks and significantly accelerate the process of coal production. Stella warns, if this thing spreads the whole continent, it will be like to open the door to hell. Nobel created dynamite for the development of civilian construction, but its discovery was almost immediately used for war. The history of past epochs clearly demonstrates that such power cannot be directed solely for the good, and the protagonist desperately wants to repeat the old faults. Lila agrees that if it falls into the hands of a powerful person, not to pass the war. However, after the attack of Harpium and the case with Maluna, she notes, demons are increasingly made known. In general, times do not promise rest. They will soon attach to the locals and peasants. The girl is aware that their responsibility as a royal family is to be alert to protect their people in a difficult hour. She was fully entrusted with the protagonist. He assured that he understood everything. Layla insists that this information should remain a strict state secret. He decided to produce gunpowder in his spare time, because mass production, together with other people, can lead to the disclosure of this dangerous information. Since Her Majesty allocated him a secret budget, he decided to buy manure for cattle, which would serve as a raw material. In his opinion, this choice significantly increased production efficiency. Their reserves are constantly growing, but when working with gunpowder, you should be particularly careful. The smallest friction or even static electricity can cause ignition. They support everything in a humid state and distribute this moisture throughout the castle. And when the right moment comes, it has simply dried all the magic. He later decided to create a new weapon. Some time has passed, and testing of air weapons began at the landfill. After a volley, a powerful explosion came. Kaka and Tika exclaim that it is incredible. They are the twin brothers Chika. These guys are former hunters who were noted by nature with sharp vision. Kaka jokes that everything is due to the excellent inspection of the terrain. Tika adds, in their place, he would do the same. They are able to determine which animal is even 1,000 kilometers from here, so they chose a defensive position. The protagonist jokingly said that they are extremely close to each other. Layla rejoices in the flight into the distance and is interested in delight in the way he is able to fly. Kaka believes that just 400 stops flew. In addition, he notes that if you aim a little higher, it will overcome 32 stops. In their imagination, they accurately reproduce the same parabola that sets the formula. The show notes the show. They do not borrow their talent. The queen is amazed, confessing that she had no idea that such is possible at all without any magic. They are interested in whether it is possible to get the same charming abilities using this tube and magical gunpowder. The protagonist reacts and warns, this should not be shared with others. He also insists that the powder is left here and not taken with them. The boys are silently agree. Lila turns to the Kerchak brothers and convinces that they will best deal with this task. From now on, they become part of the show as artillerymen. The girl adds that their salary will increase according to the amount of work performed. The brothers thank her sincerely for it. Meanwhile, Layla orders the head hero not to stop and continue to improve his defensive weapons. The girl adds that the Rizzle is upset, learning that the protagonist has recently been so concerned that he never visited him. The show was embarrassed, confessing that this situation seemed very embarrassing to him. She reports that excavations are already in mines and craft workshops. In the meantime, the roads and bridges, which he ordered to begin, are actively built. She also points out that for many years a single holiday has been held on which their inventions would be presented and asks why he is still not visiting. The guy gladly agrees and assures that he is sure to do it. The main character smiles and announces that it is time to prepare for the most important event of the whole festival. The protagonist exclaims from surprise, standing in front of a giant column, and enthusiastically notes that it is incredibly great. She came to look at the blast furnace in the castle workshop because it was already completed. Everyone is fond of it, calling a real miracle. The main characters showed them most of the mechanisms, and Mr. Russell, along with the gnomes, applied their knowledge to bring the construction of this blast furnace to the end. The man emphasizes that the most significant is that he taught them to produce cold coal. Magic was still needed to increase the temperature, but with this new mountain, they would be able to smelt and send iron and without witchcraft. However, the blast furnace requires constant ventilation. This case seems to be trusted by magic. The show recalls that steam machines were used in his native world. He does not want to waste time and wants to take up the case as soon as possible. However, creating an external heat engine or internal combustion engine is not easy and requires considerable effort at the development stage. Even with the idea of basic principles, practical implementation will have a long way. The show is convinced that if the Russell with the team mastered the right principles, they are quite able to design such an engine. However, even under this condition, they will need at least an active model for imitation. Suddenly, the neighbor turns to the show and thanks him for all efforts. The man notes that everyone here is making a lot of work. Rossel agrees with these words. He says that a trolleybus line was already laid inside the castle. Now it is much easier and more convenient to carry coal and a variety of carbon. The man notes that trolleybuses will become indispensable in coal mines. The young man rejoices that things go great. The man agrees. This is a real dawn of a new era. The mines were laid roads and built bridges, allowing the delivery of coal in small batches, 2 or 3 cars at a time. And the further, the more strength you need to maintain this movement. The city lives every day. More and more residents are interested in how their metropolis changes. The main character slowly walks down the street and suddenly notices something unusual. He thinks of what a majestic structure in front of him. At this point, the young man approached him and wondered if he was the master of this place. The man rejoices that they had such luck to meet the master. He quickly pushes the main character inside and enthusiastically assures that he has a real treasure for him. The show still does not have time to understand what is happening, how they are already asked what the store they have. Noticing the alarming, even threatening look of the neighbor, the hero suggests that they got into the Kublo of criminals. It is covered by fear. A man is wondering what servants he prefers. The main character is genuinely surprised. Is there any servants in this place? However, mentioning the level of development of civilization in this world, he concludes that the presence of servants is not surprising here. The main character did not immediately notice it, because she was outside the castle. Its Highness hires as many servants as it seems necessary, agreeing to the appropriate payment of their work. The man points to one of the servants and assures that if the defender is needed, this is right. He is not often found for the former warrior, and the price is funny. Only 50 gold coins, true favorable offer. The protagonist insists it is unacceptable to buy servants for him. This is contrary to his principles. He is surprised by this situation because he cannot tolerate servants. The man says that the children of ruined merchants, as well as provincial nobles, gathered here. They accept everyone who has nowhere to go. Between the lines of the show draws a parallel with the world security system. The man notes that sooner or later the goods will be bought. However, if you are lucky, he will become a new master for the servant. The transmission reacts sharply, but still thanks. The protagonist was already going to go, as his path suddenly blocks a man with a strict expression. The stranger states that there are savvy people who are able to help. He also adds that girls from the upper floor are able to read, write, and count, and proposes to look at them independently. The show understands that he will not be allowed to go out, and the protagonist agrees. They say, simply watch. He says he will go down to the ground floor to look at everything without haste. The protagonist notices a large number of charming girls on the second floor. He thinks that this floor is reminiscent of space designed only for particularly important persons, like an illusory interior of elite cars. Suddenly the show notices an extremely beautiful girl. He thinks about himself whether she is accidentally a representative of a fallen aristocratic kind or someone like that. It is difficult for him to figure out this strange feeling. It seems as if she is dressed too sophisticated or something like that. Suddenly, the girl gets sharply from her seat and slowly approaches him. It approaches the lattice and bows low. The girl thanks him for having come to pick her up and addresses him as Mr. Zero. The show is stunned by such an appeal and immediately remembers Maria's words about Zero. The young man suggests that she also has Zero. He states that he is not Zero. He is only the master of this performance, and he is wondering if she is familiar with him. The girl confidently replies that yes is familiar, because Zero is her master. He asks if she is familiar with Mary from the shelter and whether she participated in the treatment of her illness. The girl nods in response. She claims that she cleared streptomycin and injected Mary. The protagonist is amazed with surprise. In his world, this drug is used to treat tuberculosis. He cannot stop where she knows about the existence of an antibiotic, which is not even known here. The show descends the stairs and calls the man to climb up. Already climbed up, he is wondering if he likes someone. The protagonist confidently points his finger on the girl and confesses that she likes him. The man notes that as it looks like a true master, she has a sharp eye and outstanding mind. She reads, writes, and skillfully counts. The guy is interested in the price, and the man replies that he is ready to give the goods for 250 gold coins. The show is amazed at such a price and cannot understand where it came from. The man explains to him that this girl is not only extremely intelligent, but also has rare talents. During her admiration, they suffered considerable casualties among their own. The protagonist is amazed, and mentally asks himself whether this is really happening. He uncertainly points out that he has only 100 in his pocket. One of the men throws a harsh, almost threatening look at him, and the other decides that it is a joke. The guy suddenly invents something. He reaches them fruit and asks if he will fit. The bald man explains. It is the so-called trade fruit. Though it does not look attractive, still a rare thing. The other does not understand what it is. Even for such a rotten fruit, it is necessary to give 100 gold, and this is also a raspberry. For the same, 300 and even 400 will pay. 4. The man smiles and jokingly notes that he will have to be satisfied with the berries instead of dreamy gold. It thinks how much it can lose on small goods, and considers it a lot of failure, but takes itself in hand and calms down. Meanwhile, the girl is finally released from the cage. Her name is Nanami. She briefly answers his question, but she is in no hurry to share the details. He thinks about what Mary is aware of. However, soon, Maria realizes that he really brought her. The protagonist is wondered if this company is familiar to her, and Maria nods, explaining that it is the doll that Mr. Zero brought. The show does not understand what the doll is talking about and why Mary remembers her. The girl confesses that she first accepted it for one of his servants, but Zero-Sam explained to her that it was actually an automaton. The main character asks in surprise whether it is a job or something like that. Nanami replies that in general, the robot is most reminiscent of it, because the series portrays it as a creature devoid of its own will and is managed only by the program. The girl agrees with him, and it causes a real surprise and exclamation in the show. The protagonist emphasizes her tenderness and warmth of the body. He is convinced that she is absolutely no different from a person, and fascinates her silky hair, wet lips, as well as even the smallest details, teeth and shiny saliva. The young man came close to the girl, trying to see her mouth. Mary, stunned, stood side by side without believing her eyes. The presenter was in a hurry. Then the guy addressed Nami to the question, where to look for Zero and who he is at all, if he was able to create a similar one. The girl replies that her body is quite biological, and also adds they were shared by a casual adventure, and she does not know where he went. The protagonist confesses that he hoped that together they would be able to find out where he went now. She is convinced that everything is sure to get better with his presence, so she asks to come to them again. A little time has passed, and the protagonist addresses Nanami with a question. He is interested in what a square root of 2 is. The girl specifies how many signs after a decimal point he needs this number, and he answers 10 decimal signs. The girl calls the right number, 1.4142135623. So, what does she ask her with a new question? What is the cubic root of 2? It instantly corresponds to 1.259210498. The main character does not hide the surprise about such a lightning reaction. He substituted different options into the equation, but no matter how many numbers were in the example, the answer appeared instantly. The show is called Live Computer. Her skill is impressive without words. It invents mechanisms in the imagination, and it brings ideas to life with tools. That's how he created a new gear without unnecessary thought. Now he can instantly imagine and unmistakably model in the minds of drawing of rotary, cycloid, and other complex gears, which require difficult calculations. She is a real bio-HP machine. It seemed to him that he was cheated, because in his world, such a car would cost millions of dollars. The protagonist remembers a man who wished to see a farewell again. Her knowledge is truly invaluable. He got the most powerful assistant who only left 0. The protagonist feels confidence that he is now able to create anything. After a while, the main character, along with Layla, rushes in the car. The girl exclaims happily, passionately noting how great it is. She is interested in the show, whether it is his crew, only without a horse. He nods in response and proposes to call this thing a car, because she rides alone, without any help. The girl likes the name. The protagonist explains that this is a car. Unlike a horse, she does not get tired and can travel all day. You just need to have water and fuel. Layla confesses that at first, when he brought a new girl, she did not know how to treat it. But now she is clear. This discovery is really great. The guy is lost in guessing what girl is talking about. When the masters learned about the existence of Nanami, he almost had to pay for it. But nevertheless, he was able to embody his plan with incredible accuracy. The appearance of Ami was marked by a brilliant success. By directing all his abilities, he created a steam machine. As you can see from the name, this engine is paired. Coal is burned to heat the steam water. The flow of steam passes through the tubes, alternately moving to the left and to the right of the piston. This design creates a reciprocating motion. This translational motion is converted to rotational with a crank and an inertial wheel. Even then, the rotation is transmitted to the wheels, ensuring the movement of the mechanism forward. Engine is the most famous steam engine in your world. Although this invention is quite exaggerated and lacks many important nuances, they still manage to create something similar. Nanami develops everything in his imagination, creates a model, moves it into the car, and he remains only to gather it. This is the work chain. The show boiled the cauldron himself, processed all the small tubes on his own, and gave it a lot of effort and creative approach. But the speed leaves much to be desired. The baby accelerates only 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. The girl wondered if he was able to squeeze from him. The queen addresses the protagonist with the question of whether it is possible to speed up the pace, because the faster it seems, the more fun they will be. The protagonist about himself notes that Her Highness literally dreams of speed, and he thoughtfully adds, if he had more gears, he would simply move faster. Meanwhile, the guy convincingly explains to her that the road is uneven here, and it is simply dangerous to rush. But if the railway is laid here, it will be possible to go caution, and at the same time, much faster. Lila does not understand what he leads to. The show explains that all this is very similar to the railway track they paved inside the castle. And if you pave the way to coal mines, transportation will be much faster and more efficient for the whole country. He also notes that building new railways between cities will lead to a significant revival of the movement of people and goods. The railways have become the driving force of the Industrial Revolution in his world, so he wants to imitate that world. The show notes that it will require considerable time and money, because it is not only about the benefit of their country, but about the progress of all humanity. Some time has passed, and Maluna suddenly exclaims in surprise, enthusiastically looking at what he saw. She assures that it brings pleasure, but at the same time complains about injustice. Layla advises her to try to take part in the show. It is incredible pleasure. The girl asks if he can join. In this case, the girl decides to get behind the wheel. She takes control of herself. The main character does not hide as a surprise. Is Princess Maloon himself going to keep the car? It is not difficult to drive this machine. It is something similar to a single-speed machine without clutch or gear. Maluna is interested in hay if he sells it a car. The girl extends him as a reward of 500 gold coins. The protagonist is in surprise to breathe a breath. This is a huge amount. At home, he could get 100 million jengas for such money. He is wondering if it is much. The princess explains that this amount is quite insignificant, because it is based on it that she plans to create and sell her own product. The girl calls it a natural investment. The protagonist realizes that it is an extremely cunning move. He feels a powerful business passion. Some nuances are difficult to repeat, but he is firmly sure that this girl is a real genius. It may take a little time, but in the end, they will be able to start mass production. He realizes that he will still have to leave her car soon. The mechanism of the steam machine made on the machine was demonstrated by the master. He was fascinated by what he saw. He immediately began to create his own steam machine in his workshop. The man calls it inventive. First, they began to create a car with a steam engine that would pull the carbon trolleys. It would take 5 to 10 years of comprehensive research. But in fact, a real moving car was able to collect in just 1.5 months. Finally, the day of the festival came, the very long, awaited moment when Farline had to demonstrate his invention. During the festival itself, the queen appeals to the locals and sincerely thanks everyone for their presence. The girl offers her neighbor to make a speech before the festival begins. All present are watching the action, and the guy hesitantly, not knowing what to say. The protagonist with a smile welcomes all the ladies and gentlemen present, wishing them a good evening. He seems like the main star of the evening event. The young man solemnly states that he is a student of the Master of Rubia himself. He reports that they will now go to the exhibition halls, both in the castle itself and abroad, and will be able to see with their own eyes a lot of developments that their country has created in their unique style. It was the main character who first found them. It was he, having gone through attempts and mistakes, that he was able to breathe in their lives and make them as they are now. He warmly remembers all his artists and friends, while emphasizing the importance of his country's masters and those who provide them with the necessary materials and support. The young man emphasizes that, like Her Highness Princess Layla, he sincerely seeks good for his people, and this purpose is shared by many others. Raising his hand up, he genuinely asks for love and affection. Suddenly, the sky above the castle cuts a fireworks volley. Bright flashes and picturesque explosions bloom in the air. Everyone around the surprised by such a spectacle. Despite the incredible haste, he managed to create fireworks of the right colors. A bright orange explosion is born of sodium salts, a dazzling white glow gives tin, and thick green is copper. He packed all this in a regular bamboo tube. This painting inspired the protagonist memories of toy mortars he made in the home of a mentor. It was there that his passion for unusual inventions originated. In the crowd, someone enthusiastically called fireworks amazing miracle. Rubia with delight admires a wonderful canvas. Suddenly, the show comes to her and turns to her, calling her a master. The girl responds in surprise to his words. The guy invites her to go out of town for a short time. People walk slowly with the market. The young man extends the girl's kebab and asks to hold him. "Thank you, Ruby," she replies. The girl asks if he is sure that it is worth going so, because today he looks like a real star. The main character reassures her, assuring that everything is under control. Further, only business meetings, but he does not hesitate to trust that Her Highness will handle everything as best. Rubia smiles and confesses that since his life has changed dramatically, the girl remembers how she dreamed of a calm and carefree life in the forest silence. The guy is embarrassed, apologies for everything that has happened. Ruby smiles gently, encouraging him, and assures that there are no problems. The girl explains to him that if she stayed in the forest for a long time, there would be nothing between them. She looks shyly at him and quietly confesses that she would never feel so. His cheeks turn red. The guy does not understand what it is about. The girl's cheeks are also covered with a blush, and she confesses that he should apologize. Rubia explains that with the force he owns now, she can boldly recommend him to the Imperial Academy for official recognition as a true master. In this case, he will open the way for a further journey. The girl is wondering if she guesses why she didn't. The protagonist, still blushing, mentally suggests that she may have wanted to stay with him. He turns away, stating that he has no desire to participate in such formalities, and leave Farlane regardless of whether she joins or not. He is not going. The guy adds that he should apologize. He begins to explain why he hid this secret for so long. Rubia thinks that it was he who has hidden from them so far. Although the main character covers fear, he still dare to admit he comes from another world. Hearing this, the girl opens her eyes wide. Suddenly, someone from townspeople is surprised to indicate the sky and asks what is there. In response, the neighbor shrugs his shoulders abruptly. Too dark, seeing nothing. Someone exclaims that it's a bird. The other notes that it is too big for a bird. And a man with anxiety shouts that she is already approaching. He does not believe his own eyes. It just can't be. However, a real dragon appears before him. The monster suddenly attacks the city. The inhabitants are scattered all the way. Their cries fill the air. The protagonist looks at the dragon, which suddenly emerged in the respects of the events. The gigantic dragon is spreading over the city, and all its inhabitants fall in the panic, to be bored with fear. But it has passed for a while, and the winged monster just disappears in the sky without harming. The protagonist is long after the creature, losing his guesses with all those present. The crowd is an uncertain question. Did he really fly away? The man is wondering what happened here. The show turns to Rubia and asks if everything is fine with it. The girl replies. The protagonist invites her to return to the castle. He is worried that the demons are becoming more and more recently, but he did not think that dragons could really appear in the city. At this point, a business meeting is taking place in the castle. It is enough to warn only the queen to avoid panic. The protagonist calmly informs Lily about the appearance of a dragon in the city. The girl does not believe what he heard, and asks whether his words are understood correctly. The next morning, Mizuki contacted him from the territory of the Empire. She sent a letter tied to a post office. The queen took the message, read it carefully, and reported that the Empire had attacked dragons that night. The The contents of the leaf stuns it to the depths of the soul. The entire empire is covered by the flames that carries a dragon. The show recognizes in this dragon of the one they watched the day before. Lila adds that the beast flew in the western direction. The main character turns to Her Highness, asking what that means. The girl, with horror on her face, barely finds the words. It means that he will come back here again. Everyone was incredibly surprised. The queen immediately ordered her assistant to evacuate Mizuki. Shio Beise, mentally, noted that the distance between the empire and the city reaches about 400 kilometers. He wondered at what speed dragons could fly. Stella reports that they overcome the distance of about 50 to 60 L in an hour. The man repeats in surprise, nearly 60 Li for an hour. 1 league is about 1.6 kilometers, so the speed of the dragon reaches 100 kilometers per hour. Considering the delay through a letter from Mizuki, in the worst case, it will reach them in 2 hours. The protagonist asks Stella and Faith whether they had to fight with dragons. He has been making such an assumption because both have lived for many years. Stella denies him in surprise, adding that he does not touch the topic of her age. Boy, imagine that they are able to reflect the fire with magic. The girl reminds him that it is about real legendary creatures. Elf notes that the ancient books mention dragons, absorbing people, burned whole peoples of continents with their fiery breath. Rubia shows are overwhelmed by the words, stunned by her words. The protagonist begins to shrink his head, as if it were about to crack. He barely holds back tears. Lila, with hard determination, declares, "You need to act, and immediately." The man proposes to bring the city residents to the forest, to evacuate them to a safer place. He turns to Milam. She answers him, after which the show instructs her to order all the beasts to run through the city and warn the inhabitants. People should flee to the forest immediately without even wasting time. The maid nods and disappears immediately, hurrying to execute the order. The protagonist states that he will put defense guns on the wall and will bring them in full combat readiness. He is not sure whether they will be able to harm the dragons, but hopes that the roar of iron at least scare the winged monsters and will make them retreat. Rubia proclaims that he will come into battle, and Stella confesses she always dreamed of it. At the same time, the girl doubts whether he can use magic against such a giant. Rubia suggests that the chance to take advantage of charms will only fall. It assures this that even once it will be enough. He also turns to Layla, insisting that she runs out of here. The girl does not understand what he wants from her. She strongly states that she is not able to leave her. Shaw covers anxiety for her. The protagonist orders the Chinker brothers to prepare mortars immediately. He commands them to deliver weapons to the eastern bastion. The brothers immediately agree and take up. He has 6 ammunition. In fact, there was another cartridge, but it was given to Countess Maloon for self-defense. Now he is going to be a charming way to dry the powder from his stocks. The beasts in the streets are loudly exclaimed about the dragon's approach. The girls urge everyone to flee to the forest, escaping from danger. The little girl grabs for the division of her dress and is interested in an anxiety with an elder sister, which will happen to Phelan if the dragon suddenly appears. Mary, however, reassures her, gently assuring that nothing to fear, because the master of this spectacle is sure to take care of their safety. The man yells at his assistants, indignantly asking what they are busy. He hurries them, ordering to get out of here immediately. Students in a hurry make a working equipment, and one of them exclaims, "Without tools, they will not cope." The mentor tells them, if you can survive, they will create everything again, and now it is left to leave everything and go immediately. It has been 4 hours since Mizuki passed the news. In the night silence, the queen reports. The crossbow is put into effect. She is wondering if the residents have already left. He nods affirmatively. Layla notes that the dragon is still not visible, but they must be alert. The show thinks that it would be much better if he did not appear here. He quietly appeals to the dragon to go to walk somewhere away. Suddenly, a bright flash glowed in the sky. The boys immediately turn their views on the leading action, lifting their eyes up. The protagonist shares with them restlessly what he noticed. Kaka states that it is a dragon, and Tika with anxiety exclaims that he is approaching. The protagonist asks in Nanam about his parameters. The girl answers. The wingspan of the dragon reaches 54 meters, and it plays at a height of 1,212 meters. The show notes that this is simply impossible. Nanami assumes that the dragon somehow ignores all the laws of physics. The man only sighs. He also suspected it. Layla is wondering what they are talking about. The show returns to it and explains that it is impossible to climb such body and wings in the air. He suggests that the dragon is using magic to ease its weight. The girl is surprised by the very idea that dragons are generally able to use magic. Nanayami reports that the height of the dragon has reached 900 meters. Faye, Stella, Rubia, and Lila covered by anxiety. But suddenly, Nanayami adds, "Now the dragon has decreased to 800 meters. The young man looks at and notices how the dragon is approaching him rapidly. With the open pasha, the dragon flies directly on them. Chicken brothers with fright exclaim without hiding fear. Meanwhile, the performance appeals to them, calling not to be ashamed. It reminds the chicks of the intersection point. For this moment, the dragon was already 200 meters above the ground. Tika confidently says that there is still a little left. The show commands, "Fire now!" The boys quickly cover their ears, and a rapid volley is heard in the air. The young man exclaims that the attack has succeeded. The dragon has hit. They are forced to look for a hiding place from the heavy wind. The dragon lifts a piercing roar, and is almost close to the protective wall. The queen loudly orders people not to be afraid and prepare for battle. She gives the command to open fire from all weapons. People produce arbaflesh, and they hit the dragon. Tika with the kick again launch shells from their weapons. It turns out that the dragon envelops protective magic. The main character does not hide the surprise from this magical obstacle. Lilala is no less affected because she did not even suspect that he was able to spell. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes that if you do not overcome the protective magic of the dragon, the magic of his mentor will not be able to reach him. Suddenly, another powerful explosion is heard. The monster is angry with the beasts. The protagonist covers panic. Everyone looks in surprise, trying to understand what it is. Tika suddenly exclaims that he sees the car. The guy stands puzzled without believing his eyes. He exclaims that Princess Maluna is driving at the wheel. The girl skillfully drives a car, and a complete confusion was reigned around. The car is armed with a mortar. The presenter of the show calls it a real madness, turning to Lala. In response, Lala winks and explains to him, "This is what Malumna is in all his glory." The show notices how the protective magic of the dragon is gradually weak. He guesses that a sudden attack knocked out his balance and disrupted the concentration. Without wasting time, the show exclaims to Ruby, calling to hurry. It rotates to the ceiling and asks to protect it with magic. The girl, without holding back the cry, assures that she understood everything and calls her friend to destroy all enemies. Rubia orders everyone to lie on the ground and pronounces the spell of explosive magic. Her staff flashes a bright glow. The show goes to Lila, urging her to be careful. As soon as the magic is dispelled, the dragon disappears without a trace. All covers confusion and surprise. Stella cannot believe that they have just done. Meanwhile, the show notes that there is no trace left of the dragon, and calls on everyone to be alert. He orders everyone who is able to move, spread the crossbow, and charge the mortars. The young man fades in place and raises his eyes up. The dragon remained unharmed. It is preparing to strike. The protagonist with horror monitors a dangerous creature. The dragon growls on full lungs, preparing for a rapid attack. The protagonist with anxiety notes that the monster will escape from the mouth of the monster. The queen loudly orders everyone to leave the territory immediately, and declares an urgent evacuation for all staff. Stella comes out in advance and calls on everyone to stand behind her, because she protects them with a magical shield. The girl is urging to hurry. The dragon releases flames. His fire ruthlessly erases the towers, dwellings, structures, railway tracks, and trade counters from the face of the land. Residents of the forest closely watch the events. The boy, firmly pressing his book to his chest, is frightened. He is covered by the fear that the castle will burn to the ground. Meanwhile, he thinks about Mr. Shaw with anxiety. Stella, gathering the last forces, restrains the unrestrained pressure of the flame. Meanwhile, Fifey desperately protects Lil, covering it with himself. Finally, the attack subsides, and the girl lowered to the ground. The show, concerned about her condition, exclaims and rushes to her. Meanwhile, the castle and all around the flames. The protagonist is amazed at such an incredible force. He realizes that Stella has just exhausted all his magical forces, and if the flames breaks down again, they do not escape from the inevitable death. They need to act until he decided to attack again. The guy breaks his head. How you can harm him. Even the attacks of Ruby, mortars, and magic only take off from its scales like peas against the wall. Their group has already realized that they could not resist him. The protagonist assumes that if you stop and afford to think about the end, then everything will really end. He realized that it was extremely difficult to aim without a scale. After that, he called Feifi and suggested that he go directly to his eye. The girl is confused with her eyes, unable to understand what he is talking about. However, the guy proclaims that he has a plan. The dark elfish, on the contrary, confidently states that everything is clear and decisively rushes forward. She launches an arrow out of the bow and it hit the target. The dragon is frantic from rage. Layla asks why he makes him get angry. Because if the flame breaks down again, they do not survive. The show calmly explains that this is what all of his strategy is based. At this point, he preparing to direct his double activation magic simply into the dragon's open mouth. The protagonist turns to Chikok's brothers, ordering them to prepare mortar immediately. The brothers are undoubtedly obey. The show understands that as soon as he starts acting, mortar can break. However, only effort remains. The protagonist spells, puts all his magic in the spell, and twice squeezes the air around him. He directs the flow of the magic directly into the weapons, filling it with force. Brothers Chika quickly guess. The flame is already on the approach. The protagonist shoos the team loudly, giving a sign to start the attack. Shots are shot around. All open fire. The air around sharply shrinks, and the explosion is heard. All present throws back a powerful wave. A giant dragon with a roar is collapsed on the ground. The main character is selected from the debris and, holding his breath, hopes that everything ended well for them. He looks down and asks whether the dragon died. The young man vigorously shakes the princess by the shoulders, trying to bring her to her senses, and with anxiety asks if everything is fine with her. She begs to be commemorated, and the show meanwhile tells her that they have just won the dragon. The girl is looking forward to the question, "Is anyone alive?" "For those who survive," she orders to exclaim. In response, a powerful explosion of joyful exclamations and victorious screams will be carried out. Rubia is rushing to him, cave, hugged firmly. He, with relief, confesses that he is glad to see her unharmed, and also rejoices that Stella and Feifi have survived. Stella, jokingly reproaching, says that they almost died because of his magic. The guy just laughs and apologizes. The girl strictly states that he is an extremely bold and dangerous student, so it categorically forbids him to use compression magic. The protagonist does not seem, again addresses her with a question, and is interested in why a bandage. Rubia explains that it is considered dangerous because it hides excessive force in the depths of soul, capable of manifesting in the most predictable way. The show asks again, trying to get to the substance. In his memories of extremely high temperature, frantic pressure and raging plasma flock, it finally comes to what she is talking about, and he replies, "It is a thermonuclear reaction." At first Stella is silent, and then with interest he asks what that means. The protagonist claims that everything in this world is built of tiny particles. When they are repeatedly squeezed and heated to extraordinary temperatures, these particles are scattered and flying to all sides. Then they collide and merge into one. At this point, their weight disappears without a trace. The girl is wondering what happens when they lose their weight. The show explains that the weight turns into force, the value of which is equal to the square of the speed of light. She asks, "What is the speed of light?" The protagonist first mentions about 300,000 kilometers per second, and then it specifies it is 187,500. Since one is about 1.6 kilometers in one, the girl is surprised. It's incredibly many. Stella is amazed at how it is so easy to say that it has been banned for a long time. She thinks where this information comes from in general, it all looks a little pointless. But despite doubt, she still decides to open the whole truth to them. He appeals to them to listen to him, reporting that he appeared among them from both worlds. Faith, Layla, and Stella retain complete peace. He is surprised by such inviolability. He cannot understand why they react so much. Stella, without the shadow of the experience, says that she has guessed for a long time, and Lila adds that he spoke a little late. Their strange behavior is surprising even in the show. The girl confesses that she did not believe that he had arrived from the sea. She explains it simply. He would certainly remember a person like him. The guy is surprised and recognizes that her words sound convincing. He looks at Rubia and wonders if she believed him. The girl confesses that from the very beginning she suspected something similar. The main character is stunned by her words. The queen notes that his origin is not particularly important. It indicates that the city and the castle are covered by a real disorder. If Farline wants to regain his past glory, they cannot do without his support. Rubia is interested in the show whether he will remain with them. The protagonist turns to Her Highness and his mentor. It is a little confused and hesitant, not finding words. It is difficult for him to understand what he would do if he had an opportunity to be in this world again. The show thinks whether he really wants to return. As before, he thinks again to post this video. However, he has no idea what will happen next. In the end, he responds to himself. In that world, he was surrounded by faceless subscribers. And here, in real life, there were real friends next to him. The protagonist wants to be more among the inhabitants of Farline, whom he faces daily. The show, smiling, states that it will be left to live and manage in the walls of the castle of Farley. The girls shine with happiness and smile. The question is, what will they do with a dragon? Layla confidently states that they will definitely disassemble it and turn it into gold. Stella agrees with her, adding that the dragons cost crazy money. Once upon a time, when their rotten remains were dug a century ago, this good was enough to buy a whole small country. And now they are a fresh trophy. The girl is approvingly showing this with a gesture of hands. The girl tells that according to books, the giant gallbladder has healing properties. It becomes especially valuable if there is stones inside. Then its price flies to heaven. The main character is interested in meat, but Stella does not understand what it is about. The show asks if you can try the dragon meat. The girl in response is evading a direct answer. Suddenly, Nam states that the meat of the dragon is quite suitable. The presenter admires her admirement, calling a beautiful girl. He is already flowing saliva, and he dreams of a juicy dragon steak and lush hamburgers for dinner. The guy with passion is rushing towards the dragon. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that it is possible to make dragon bone broth. Rubia responds to such lightness. Lila smiles and notes that the curiosity of the show has no limits. This is what they value it. Stella, smiling, confesses that he envies him because of his flexibility of his thinking and sincere, relentless curiosity. According to the girl, he is a true master of his business. A year has passed, and Farline is still recovering after he is experienced. Under the rebuilt walls, the remains of the dragon rest. Now they have become a new symbol of the city. All residents are hopeful for the country's new flowering after reconstruction. There are many calls ahead of the team. He is busy with his business, and suddenly Layla approaches him. She, with a smile, notes that he again invents some bizarre theories. Sheo shares his idea. He works on a theory that will allow people to communicate, being far apart. He gives a striking example. Layla will be able to talk enthusiastically with the princess drawing, even while in the walls of the castle. The queen is overwhelmed with delight and impatiently asks if it is really possible. However, when asked when they can do it, the young man confesses that he has no answer. Stella and Rubia come into the room. Their mentor reports that it is still busy with work. The second girl impatiently expresses the desire to have a snack. The young man smiles in response to them and agrees, offering to treat pancakes.